Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to episode 10. We made it to episode 10 of Learn to Code with Me the Right Way with AI, where I show you how to build anything pretty much that you can think of using AI, but the right way, not the vibe code AI sloppy way, the correct way, the engineering way. 20 years of experience come down to this. I'm going to teach it all to you guys for absolutely free. Today, we are building, let's go ahead and dive into it, an entire Notion clone. I love the guys over at Notion, but we're going to go ahead and use it as a base and build something over here, the Notion clone right here. It's going to be an absolutely incredible build. So go ahead and get your coffee ready. Go ahead and smash that like button if you're excited. I'm going to go ahead and read the chat in just a minute, but we have sunny Ireland in the house, UK, America. I see you guys as well. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Notion clone, episode 10 of Learn to Code with Me the Right Way. What's up, guys? So I actually wanted to start today by hiding some cool details in the thumbnail. And the reason being is because I always feel like the thumbnail is a great place to start, right? I mean, obviously I designed this thing, so it's kind of a cool thing to hide some Easter eggs in there. So today we're going to be building a couple of cool things. Now, let me know if you're hearing me correctly, if all the quality of the stream is all good, because Jay's still away today. So I'm relying on you guys here in the chat to let me know if everything's good, right? Chicago in the house as well. What is up, Nick? I see you. Right, so let's dive into it. We've got Turkey as well. What's up, guys? So we're going to, of course, have our login, right? So we have our personal login, and then we're going to have organization. So this is going to be, yes, I hear the term thrown around a hell of a lot these days. It is a B2B multi-tenant AI SaaS. Yes, memes aside, we are building that, right? But effectively, you can have lots and lots of different organizations that you can build. For example, the Papa Fam. Then you can join as a member, and then we're going to have basically the entire Notion layout. So we're going to have the ability to have folders, nested folders, files within, different tags and so forth, as well as this beautiful element right here where we can go ahead and have this nice toolbar where we can ask AI. And now I'm not just finishing there. We're going to go ahead and even have a step further where our AI agent that we're going to create is going to go ahead and be able to create pages for us, edit pages for us, widgets perhaps, we can go ahead and build that in as well. And we're going to do the entire thing in a multiplayer way. So that way if 2, 3, 4, 5, however many people are inside your team, you're going to be able to go ahead and actually edit the same document at the same time in a multiplayer fashion. It's going to be huge. And guys, I don't know if the guys over at Claude were listening to us, but we are using Opus 4.8 today, which was literally released not on, like, I think it's like less than 12 to 16 hours ago, but it just got released. Opus 4.8 we're going to be using today, including the brand new Ultracode mode and the workflows. And now, if you don't know what that is, don't worry, I'm going to dive into it. I'm going to spend my tokens so you guys can enjoy all of that in its finest glory. So we're going to dive into some seriously cool stuff today. Now, I always like to start things off on Dribbble. This is where we're going to get our design inspiration. Then I'm going to literally, for those of you who are new here, I'm going to show you how we literally go from an idea to breaking it down, because we haven't prepped anything here. We're going to literally doing this live, right? There's no build ready here. We're going to go ahead and take an idea, break it down into features, and then implement the entire thing on this same live stream, okay? So all I ask is you destroy that thumbs up button while you do it. And thanks to our sponsors over at Clerk for making this entire thing possible. We love you guys, and we're going to be showing you guys why they're so incredibly awesome today, including using the Clerk CLI for our authentication and billing setup. It's incredibly easy. Our agents can do it. We're going to show you how to go ahead and get this set up today as well. But honestly, you guys are going to fall in love with this. And for the first time, I think today, I might actually go ahead and do the build with Claude Code, because I know a lot of you like to use Claude Code. So let me know in the comments down below and we can go ahead and do it. Now, first up, we're going to go ahead and have a look at some design inspiration, okay? So these are all just Notion redesigns. Basically, we can go ahead and pick out some flavors from here. Now, if you don't know what Dribbble is, it's basically a designer website. And I really like it because if you're not a designer, you can go ahead and get some inspiration, right? This has kind of got a more muted design and so forth, but it's a cool place to start. You can get some inspiration. Mobbin is also a very good one. If you know an app, you want to navigate their screen, see how they did something. I use it a ton personally, okay? So we're going to be using Dribbble. Then, of course, we're going to be using a few different bits of tech to cover things today. Now, starting off with Clerk, Of course, when we get to the point where you set up with Clerk, it would mean the entire world to me, guys, if you use the first link in the description when you're signing up with Clerk. It tells them you came from this video, allows me to do this for absolutely free, and I appreciate and love you guys for that. So thank you so much. Now, if you're wondering, who the heck is Clerk? They handle all of our authentication. Now, I'm talking our logins, our authentication, everything around it, multi-factor authentication, and it's incredibly simple. You don't want to be spending long when you do this part. You want to get past this bit as fast as you can. And what really I love about them so much is they handle multi-tenancy, but they took it a step further and they added in billing. Now, billing is where things go wild. It's absolutely awesome what they're doing here, because with billing now, we don't have to worry about all of the, before we had to do Stripe, webhooks, and all this other stuff, and it just got really crazy really quick. Now, none of that. We just simply use Clerk and it handles everything. It's so, so nice. Sci-Fi goes, you've adapted to AI really well, bro. I've been watching your videos for a long time. I appreciate you so much, dude. And I'm really trying to go ahead and brain dump on you guys today to really share that experience with you guys as well, right? So we're going to be using Clerk in all of its glory today, okay? So there's going to be a lot of fun stuff over here. And then, of course, for the back end, we have Convex. Now, I have highlighted two Convex components here. One is the collaborative text editor sync. Now, this one is going to be really useful when we have 2, 3, 4, however many team members on the same page modifying the same document. So this is going to allow us to have that real-time synchronization using a very popular library called Prose Mirror based TipTap and BlockNote, right? So you can either use TipTap or BlockNote, rich text editors, and I'm going to show you how we can install all of this. And then we're going to jump into also an AI agent component. Now, very nicely, a few of you actually mentioned this component in the last build while we were live. And I thought, you know what, let's take it a step further and actually implement this time. So this is actually going to allow us to go ahead and have a ton of cool workflows and message history and threads and file support, everything natively, well, I'd say first class natively with Convex, okay? And then, of course, we're going to get everything up and running. Now, what's really cool, Clerk and Convex actually have a first-class integration. So Clerk and Convex, if we type in both of those, you can see they've actually got a really nice integration where our authentication provider knows who's logged in. So that way we can basically make sure that when they access Convex, our database, we make sure that they're only accessing the organization that they should be allowed to and all that good stuff, okay? So everything is being covered inside of this build. It's absolutely wild. What we're basically building live these days is crazy. But yeah, I'm doing that for you guys. I actually recommend you check this out if you're interested as well. stack.convex.dev/AI-agents. I'm not sponsored by Convex, right? But I'm just shouting out because it's actually a very cool article and I think you guys can learn a thing or two. But as I mentioned before, anyone who's, you know, excited about the hype at the moment, Opus 4.8 just got released. And you know what's crazy? I haven't even played with it yet because I was so busy last night. I haven't even messed around with it. So this is literally the first time I'll be doing it on live stream with you guys using the brand new, it's actually a hidden setting, I believe. It's the Ultracode extra high workflows setting. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can do all of that. And basically that allows you to spin up like hundreds of sub-agents if needed to go ahead and basically plan out and execute a single task, right? Really good for things like migrations and all that stuff, but we're going to use it in its full glory to build this app. And I'm going to destroy a hell of a lot amount of tokens doing it, right? So it's going to be fun. Okay, so now we've got the Notion clone here. So a couple of things that I really want to kind of dive into, right, for this. Now, you guys can feel free to literally tell me what you want to see on this build, and I will literally include it in here in real time. That's what I'm saying. This whole build, you know, like series is all about listening to you guys in the chat as I go ahead and build this, and that's what makes it incredibly different from everything that we've ever seen. So we're going to have effectively Clerk handling the auth and the billing, right? We are building a B2B. So in this case, you know what? This is way too small, right? I agree with you guys. This is way too small. We're going to be building a B2B AI multi-tenant SaaS, right? Multi-tenant. And now if you don't know what multi-tenant means, it means that basically we can have a team, basically like many different teams. You can have seats on your team. So that way we can go ahead and say, okay, everyone who's on this team is part of the pro plan, and then the company pays for the pro plan and everyone gets the pro plan, right? So we're going to be going ahead and doing that. Now we need a name for our Notion clone. I thought of something pretty cool. I'm going to call it maybe Potion, right? Papa Notion, maybe Potion. It's kind of cool. But if you have a better name, come up with it. But in the meantime, we're going to call our one Potion, right? So I'm going to call it the Potion app. Okay, and again, we have no affiliation. We're not trying to copy Notion. Again, I love Notion. I use them a ton. Right, so shout out to you guys. You're awesome. All right, so B2B AI multi-tenant SaaS basically is what we're building. And I know the term gets thrown around so much, right? We are going to be using basically Opus 4.8 plus Ultracode mode. So Ultracode plus the new workflows, right? So workflows. And again, I haven't used these, so it'll be very, very cool to go ahead and show you how we do this. And then, I'm just going to stick it there, right? And of course, today we're actually going to use Claude Code because usually I use Cursor, but I think it's good to mix it up inside this stream, right? Mix it up, kind of help out in a ton of ways. Of course, under the hood, we're going to be using TypeScript. Now, more importantly than listing out everything that we're going to do, right? I just want to cover a few things like MCP, skills, plugins. All of these things are basically going to be transferable. So regardless if you're using Claude Code or anything else, you can go ahead and transfer the knowledge that I'm teaching today to anything, right? So you can use it on Codex, Claude Code, Cursor, whatever you really want to do, right? Now for the front end, that's a good point. I actually didn't mention that. Next.js 16, of course, and then we're going to be using Next.js 16. It's basically for the front end, right? And the Convex is going to be for the entire database layer and as well as the entire backend effectively, because Convex is not just a database, it's also cloud functions and a bunch of cool stuff as well. Okay, now let's go ahead and make this a bit more attractive. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, now a couple of cool things that I want to address before this as well. Some features that we're going to have inside of our app, okay? So the features that we want to do is basically, some kind of multiplayer editor. Right, so how can we have like live syncing and like live syncing, people can join in and all that good stuff, right? I want to do that live. Okay, so we're gonna have a multiplayer editor. We're also gonna have, for example, the organizations. So organizations can create, log in, basically, row-based access control. So basically, like who has what? So admin, member level, basically all of that stuff. So a lot. And we're building it full-fledged, right? No like shortcuts here. So we're going to do all of that. We're going to have all of the gating. So for example, Potion AI, right? Our AI agent will be gated behind the Pro plan, for example, okay? So something like that. These need the port codes. And then we're going to go ahead and do something like, I think a few things really are kind of crucial to a Notion clone. I think mainly the editor pane is one of them. The scaffolding in itself is very big. So let's call it the folder-based recursive file storage system, right? So basically that entire thing. So how do you build something like that? Type those plans so cleanly. I'll show you guys in a moment afterwards, right? This is actually just using an easy one. What's it called? Arc browser. Okay, I think the inline AI is something that I'm gonna try here today. So this was actually similar to this. So you see this inline AI kind of element that pops up, something like that. I really want to mess around with it. I believe BlockNote has a very nice solution for this. So we're going to mess around with some of that, see if we can get it. And I really want to set a target for us today of making an AI agent with widgets inside of its chat, right? And all of this is going to be, handled with Convex AI agent, as well as making sure that we have everything, including the embeddings, maybe a couple of rag bits and bobs, like everything inside of it. It's going to be full-fledged. So it can actually go ahead and actually scan. So I'm going to do this as an inline point. It can actually go ahead and, for example, traverse our files or folders in our Notion or Potion organization. Okay, so that means that, for example, once I create different documents, of course, my AI agent should be able to go and help me out with actually getting things up and running. Okay, so these are a couple of features that we're going to go ahead and build today. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch to my nice colorful pen, right? That's better, right? So we're going to go ahead and do this. These are our features. A very basic level, right? At a very basic level. I really am going to dive into this a hell of a lot, but I kind of want to jump into things and play around with it a lot more. But the real learning opportunity here today is, one, how to build with AI correctly, right? So build with AI the right way, basically, okay? So I'm going to say it here, the right way. Now, this might sound like a very common sense thing, but trust me, I have seen way too many cases of people doing it the wrong way. And that's why I made this entire series. You guys need to learn how to do this the right way to save yourself a ton of things. Now, of course, I'm going to be super destructive on this live stream and basically show you a bunch of cool stuff as well. So take that into consideration as well when we're doing this. But just know that when I am teaching, I'm always kind of trying to account for both sides. So the right way and also some of the cool stuff as well. Like, so I'm going to be burning heavy token use and so forth. Okay, I can't seem to get my pen back. So we're going to have to just go ahead and trust me on this one, right? But in this case, over here, what I really want to go ahead and focus on is, again, like I said, MCP skills plugin, how to go ahead and set things up correctly so your coding AI agent has the best possible chances of making less errors, less bugs, and also how I work in my dev flow, right? So now things have changed so much. Now, so many things are going to happen in today's stream that if it does get overwhelming, I have got you covered, right? I understand that this space is very fast moving, and we already have over 3,000 people signed up to our early community, which is opening the doors very shortly. Zero to AI Hero. You can go, feel free to join it. The link is in the description right now, completely free to go ahead and join. Go ahead and join the waitlist right now. I know you guys are eager. We're getting emails all the time about when are you opening the doors. Trust me when I say I am doing as much as I can. I'm really working with some amazing companies like Cursor. Literally, it's crazy stuff happening right now. So go and join this, and I will share everything I know inside of this community. And I'm going to make sure it's accessible for everyone, okay? So let's get started. First step that I want you to do is go to the first link in the description, please. So I want you to head over to the first link in the description, and that will take you to the following link, right? So this is to sign up with Clerk. It is an affiliate link. I massively, again, appreciate you guys. So if you use that affiliate link, you'll land on this page. Then what I want you to do is go over to the sign in or hit the dashboard button if you're already signed in. Now, once that's done, we're going to go ahead and you actually just need to create your account. That's all I want you guys to do at the moment. Just create your account, be logged in, done. Okay. The next step is actually, I want you to go to the Clerk CLI page. Now you can just simply type in Clerk CLI, and you'll notice if you're new to these streams, you'll notice that I'm literally showing you, like, there's no fancy, oh, Sunny doesn't use this, Sunny doesn't use that. I'm literally going to show you how my thought process is the entire way. Okay, so the first step that I want to do is actually just change music because it's kind of jarring me out. I'm going to make the music a bit more of a lo-fi today so we can focus a bit more easier. Okay, so lo-fi, introvert radio. I think this is kind of cool. Okay, this is much better. We can think. Okay. So in this case, first step, you need to install this. Now, I've already installed this. I would recommend, by the way, as well, you start using PNPM because it's going to save you a bit of headache, which has been happening with a few hacks lately. Now, Clerk CLI is very powerful, okay? So I'm going to go over to my Warp terminal. Now, in this case, you can use any terminal. You can literally just type in terminal, use that. I've got a Warp one. I like it. In this case, I don't like to build everything in my regular folder. I'm just going to do cd documents builds. Okay. Now the first step that I want to do is actually do a pnpm install -g clerk. Now I've already done this, so you need to run this, install it. Once you've done that, we're just going to type in clerk and then login. Okay. Now clerk login is going to go ahead and check your authentication session. Now I'm already logged in. Okay. Now, but I actually want to re-authenticate because I actually want to be in a separate account. Okay. Now to make sure I'm in the right account, I need to switch to my personal mode. So let's go over here and I'm going to authenticate myself. Now I believe I want to use my team account. I have a couple of different things here. So I'm just going to log into my team account and then let's go ahead and do that right now. So let's give that 1 second to log in. And then once that's done, we should get the following, right? We should get a Clerk CLI pop up and then I'm going to click on allow. Okay. Authentication successful. We can close it. Okay. Now we head back over. Now I'm logged into the right account, right? It says Clerk update available. So I actually want to go ahead and do this right now. So Clerk update, make sure we're always on the best version, cannot auto update. Binary instance outside a known package manager, right? So I believe I might have installed this separately, in which case let's go ahead and install this version ourselves. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and install that ourselves. And in the meantime, it did that. So now if we do Clerk, okay, now we should be good. I just realized I talked for 15 minutes and didn't have a single water break. Okay, let's lock in. Now, once that's done, we have our Clerk CLI. Okay, so once you've done that, you see it starts in the repo you already have. Clerk detects the framework links and app. So the first step, naturally, is we want to go ahead and create a app. So we're going to use Next.js like I talked about before, right? So Next.js, just type in quick start. Now you could use the Convex starter, but I have found that sometimes updates can happen and it can screw things up for when people watch this video back in the future. So on the get started page on Next.js, we are using the latest version. I'm going to go ahead and show you literally this because often versions can change. And if you're watching the replay, it can screw you up a little bit, right? So PNPM create next app latest. And we're going to call this one Potion. Right? We're going to call this the Potion YouTube app, right? So now once that's done, it's going to go ahead and ask me, do you want to create something? Now I'm going to go ahead and actually say customize settings. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Would you like to use ESLint? That's fine. React compiler? Yes. I do want to use React compiler. Tailwind CSS? Yes. No for the source directory. AppRow? Yes. Import alias? No. And would you like to include the up-to-date coding agents file? Yes. Now, this is one I want you to pay attention to. When you install things, typically with these CLIs, it's going to ask you if you want to do agents MD, right? Or install something like that. Now, you want to do that. Now, in this case, you're not going to have this. I have a very strict kind of installer, so I'm going to go ahead and install this myself. So let me go ahead and just do this 1 second. I'm going to just quickly push these through. You don't actually have to do that. I'm just making sure I install these. I make sure that since that previous hack happened, I don't want to get caught with it. So we've now gone ahead and done the following. We've installed, okay? And now we're inside of our app, okay? So typically I've already installed Claude Code, okay? So again, you can use Claude Code. You can use whatever sits well with you guys, right? I'm using Claude Code today. You can use Cursor. I've used Cursor in the past. You can use Codex. You can use anti-gravity, whatever you want. It does not really matter, right? It's just down to preference and what your budget supports and what membership you have and so forth. I have memberships with all of them, in case you're wondering, because I do use all of them. So in this case, I'm going to type in Claude because I've already installed Claude Code, okay? Now, if you haven't, you simply just run one of these commands. Done. Now, Claude, I'm going to go ahead and start here. And you can see it says, okay, I need to access your workspace. I'm going to say, yes, I trust this folder. Now I'm inside, okay? Now, a couple of cool things. If I do /effort, right? You can see set effort level for model usage. Now, here's the cool part, guys. Look at that. That is, my friends, came out less than 24 hours ago. So you see here, we typically have effort levels, low, medium, high, and extra high. Now, right now, I'm on Opus 4.8. But here you can see Ultracode is the new one. It's extra high plus workflows. So we're going to be using that today. Okay, so that literally came out a little while ago. So literally, like I said, less than 24 hours ago, this has been released. Okay, before we do this though, I'm going to show you something. Okay, now somebody said, Dan Block says, do you prefer Claude CLI over the desktop app plugin? Very good question, because I do use the Claude desktop app, by the way, quite a lot. But if you do use that one, at the moment, as far as I'm aware, you can't access Ultracode yet. So the only way I found that I can access this right now is through the CLI, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and cancel this Command Control C at the moment. And I just wanna go back because I wanna manually set up one thing, the Clerk CLI step. Right? I'm going to do Clerk init. And yeah, don't get me wrong, you could probably give this to an AI agent, but I think when you're setting up things, really take your time and get it right. So Clerk init, we're going to run. Detecting framework, it's logged in. And now it says, okay, do you want to create a new application? Yes. Application name, we're going to call it Potion. Cool. And now, once it's done, you see, like next steps, run Clerk environment pool to fetch our environment variables, and then it's going to verify our setup, okay? That's cool. Now it says, okay, you're not going to get this error again. That's for me. Proceed with doing the following changes, yes. Install agent skills, yes, okay? And again, PMPM is what we use, very nice. Then we have to basically install a couple of skills. So you can go through this. I've already pretty much got these. Now, this is a bit that I want you to listen to. When it comes to the installation scope, do the project, because you really want to make sure your project, for a number of reasons, your cloud agents you might want to spawn up later on, say you're using Codex, anti-gravity, whatever it is, if they're in here and they haven't never touched this before and you haven't set those environments up, because of the code in the repo, it will be inside of here. The skills will be installed inside the project. So you want to typically do it in the project. Proceed to installation, yes. And this is much better when you have a team as well. Right, the second skill we're going to install as well, and you guys can check. I've already had a look at these though, okay? Symlink, yes. Now you can see proceed with installation, yes. Now we're done, okay? Now, two things. Firstly, it didn't update my clock. That's interesting. I actually do want to update that one. So, damn it. I've actually updated all of them wrong. So let me do clock update all, yes. Okay, so I should have really updated that before I did that, okay? Now we have a PMPM clerk and we have this one. Now, if I do 1 minute clerk version, I just want to see something, guys. Clerk-v. Version 1.3. Okay. So I'm going to quickly change this. I've got 2 installs here. Damn it. Okay. So we can do this a couple of ways. I actually could go ahead and ask it here, say, fix this for me. This is actually something pretty cool about Warp, is that you can actually have inline agents inside of your terminal. If you want to know how I do that, I'm going to show that inside the community, so you can feel free to join that in. But in this case, we can see I'll make Clerk resolve to the updated NPM binary and remove the stale path conflict. Yes. So it's going to go ahead and find out which one is new, and then it's going to go ahead and swap them out. Now, again, be very careful when you're doing this stuff, but this is something which is pretty cool. Max says, where is the let me feel your love again? It started off with that, dude. We definitely did start off with that. So I'm going to move this as well. Let's go ahead and do this. And again, I trust my setup pretty good, but you really want to make sure that you don't just do things you don't understand. Okay, now here, let's do clerk-v, and you can see we're on version 1.4 now. So I just want to do clerk init again, one more time, just to make sure we're good, right? So it's already set up in the project, but yeah, typically you really want to be on the latest one. Okay, so now we're good. The only thing I need to do is pm approve builds. Again, you're not going to need to do that. I have to do that because I've got very strict rules on my setup. Okay, now we're good. We're back. Okay, so I'm inside of Potion YouTube, and I'm going to type in Claude. Well, actually, before that, I'm going to maybe make another terminal open up. So I'm going to split a terminal up, Command B, and you can see I am now inside of this same. Actually, you know what I'll do? Inside of a terminal, I'll show you how I like to work, right? I do Command D, and I split my terminals up. So on the left side, I've got a terminal. On the right side, I've got a terminal. So these are just two separate terminals, right? Hey, T's in the house. What's up? So in this case, we got the left side, which I can basically open up Claude. And then on the right side, I can basically go ahead and just have access to everything that I might need, like installations, or if I do pm dev, for example. Okay. So in this case, pm dev, run on localhost 3000. Let's go ahead and spin this up. So if I go ahead and spin it up, we can see, let me go to my personal. Yep. And let's go ahead and move that. And I'm going to throw it over here. Let's go ahead and actually open up a new window over here. Okay, and look at this. We've got some pop-up come up. Hey, look, literally Opus 4.8 launch. I don't even know where that came from. But if we go over here now, and I'm going to actually keep a new fresh profile for this. So here we have it. This is nice. Okay, so this is awesome. So again, on the right-hand side, I've got my app running. I'm going to make that smaller, this one. Ideally, yeah. So it's like the small thing, everything's squashed in there running. And then on the left, we have our Claude terminal, right? So in this case, when we set up clerk init, you can see it actually went ahead and set up a sign-in route and checks and all that stuff. So if I log into this now, I'll show you. And then in this case, you can see, and this is already like literally inside of our repo and everything. I'm going to be pushing this to code that you can see live while I'm coding, doing this as well. Okay. So now if we hit refresh, let's see where we're at. There we are, Next.js. To get started, you can see the following. Cool. Okay, so I want to check two things. I want to make sure that firstly, everything was set up correctly. So you can do this a couple of ways. If I was to go ahead and show you how I typically do it, I would cut this. I would do cursor dot. And I do tend to use cursor, by the way. Every time I tend to use cursor. So whether it's the editor window or this one, I actually prefer to use the editor window a lot of the time. But I'm going to keep this open on a separate screen because I can show you a couple of things that I find useful by having cursor on the side. Okay, so right here, if I go to open project, I'm going to go over to my project right now. So I'm going to find my project that we just initialized inside of documents, documents builds, and then it was called Potion YouTube. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open this one up. Now, I like to do this because a couple of reasons. When you have a cursor open, even if you're not using it, you can just very simply see things like, for example, look, I don't have a Git init, right? So let's do initialize repo. Boom, there you go. I've got my Git init set up. In this case, my initial, see, I have no commits, right? So obviously we don't want that, right? In this case, I've got my clerk stuff set up already. And if we go over to my app, you can see that all of these green things are basically new additions, okay? And you can see it's already actually pulled in my environment variables. Clerk init did that. If I go to layout, you can see I've got my clerk provider wrapping my app. So the app is actually pretty much well set up, okay? Now, what we're gonna do is do an initial commit. Now you can get your agent to do it, but it's good that you know how to do this. So we're going to stage all of our files. We can generate a commit message here. We can write it. I tend to get my agent to do this a lot of the time, if I'm honest. But in this case, it's good to know how to do it yourself. Okay. So in this tab here, which is source control, we're going to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and say, look, it's just basically checked what I changed and basically made a message. Okay. Commit. Cool. So in this case, I have my, first project up. And you can see all of the code changes. And this allows us to have a clean slate. So that way, every change I make, I can always have a safety checkpoint to come back to. So what I would recommend you do at this point is you commit this to GitHub. So I've got my GitHub agent set up. So I've got everything set up inside of Cursor. If I go to my settings, Cursor settings, I've actually got my plugin set up. So if I go over to my plugins, I actually have things like Convex, Clerk plugins, all that good stuff set up. But really, if you go to your GitHub, You can see I've already set this one up here, but GitHub has a couple of ways that you can set it up. But basically the easiest way is just to install the plugin, come back here. And now if you just ask your GitHub, so once you can basically say, log me into GitHub, it will take you to log into GitHub. And then you can basically commit this and go ahead and create a repo. So in this case, I'm going to say, create a repo on GitHub and push these code changes to it. Make this a public repo and call it a Potion clone. Call it a Potion YouTube app, okay? YouTube build, let's call it that. Now, if you're wondering what the hell was that he just did, right? That was actually, I have a shortcut on Option spacebar and I use something called Super Whisper. Very cool. You can use code Sunny25 for a discount on it. A friend of mine actually created that and it's really awesome. And I use it all the time to just talk into the computer when I'm coding. Okay, so in this case, create a repo on GitHub, push these changes. And in this case, it's going to go ahead and create my repo and do it for me. Okay, so it just saves me a bit of time. Now, again, you guys can actually go along and check this out. So you can literally pull this. I popped it into the chat. You can literally pull that as I'm building this today and actually see the changes that we do as I push. So I'm going to literally be doing this in real time with you guys, right? And if you're watching a replay, you can feel free to get the code as well. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and close that one. Now I'm going to go back to our code. And over here, our next step is Clerk setup. Amazing stuff. Let's actually verify that by going over to Clerk. Let's go to our Clerk dashboard. And then if we go ahead and we can see, look, Potion, nice, right? And it already provisioned a bunch of stuff. I logged in and we can see Sunny Sanga has logged in. Amazing, right? So this is our Clerk dashboard. So we're gonna eventually set up our billing, all of that good stuff over here as well, right? So what I wanna do now is basically state what my mission is. What am I trying to build here? Like, what is this Notion clone, the entire thing about, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and firstly, before we do that, actually set up Convex with it, okay? So we can do this two ways, right? And I really want to get your insight into this. If I do pm dev here, I'm just going to have this run on the side. Right? And in fact, what I might do today is I'm going to close this. I'm going to do Command B. And what I like about Warp is I can actually have tabs. So if I'm inside the same tab, I can do pm dev, right? So if I do Command B, I can have these tabs. So in this case, I've got my app running here and I've got my Claude Code running there. So that way, in case you're wondering, this is how we're doing it. And then I can go ahead and check on it as things are happening, okay? So we're gonna use convex.dev. Now I need to add it to my existing app. So I'm gonna go to documentation. I'm gonna go to our, look, you can see get started with coding agents, Claude Code, nice, right? Claude Code over here. And you can see it tells us how to do it, add to an existing project, npx convex AI files install, right? So by doing this, you're basically installing firstly agent skills. And why is that so important? Because it's going to allow us to go ahead and actually get things up and running or train our AI agent on how Convex works. So we're going to grab these first, and then we're going to go into our terminal and we're going to first do that, right? So I'm going to create another one over here. And again, I'm inside of Potion YouTube still. And I'm going to go ahead and paste that in. Oops, where is that? This one here. npx convex. Let's just copy it from here. Paste in like so. npx convex AI skills, AI files install, right? Now, what this is going to do is going to write them into our guidelines. So you see that Convex is installed our skills into our project. And now we can see that we actually have some changes here. So this is kind of cool. We can already see we've got a couple of uncommitted changes, right? Now, if we go over to Convex, you can actually cursor, sorry, you can see like a bunch of changes, Convex skills. Okay, these are all skills that have been added as part of Convex. So now, why is that handy? Because any agent I'm in, it actually has access to all of our skills. It has access to Clerk skills and Convex skills. Very, very helpful. Okay, so that way, if you spawn it up in Claude Code, Cursor, Codex, they all know how to read an agents file or a Claude file. Okay, so that's very handy for us. Now, once that's done, we need to set up the MCP server. So inside of Claude, we're going to do this one, right? So we're going to go over here and we're simply going to go ahead and install this one over inside of our Claude. Okay. So go over here. I'm actually going to cut this one running and we're going to simply do Claude MCP. And I'm basically just pasting in that command. Added MCP server convex to local config. Nice. Then what I'm going to do is do this one. Claude MCP get convex. Okay. Let's try that out. And then what we can see is there we have it. It's connected. Nice. Right. So we type in Claude now. And then go over here and you can see we haven't actually added it to the file yet, right? So we installed the agent skills, we set up the Convex MCP server, but you can see that we can either run it like so, but we really don't want to do it like this just yet. So I just want to check one thing. I actually did add a convex file for us, but that's not enough yet. Look, it's got guidelines, which basically say what or how to use everything, but we need to set this up to work with our clerk, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back. We've already added in all the agent skills. I'm gonna go to Clerk Convex, right? And I'm gonna type that in Google, go down here, integrate Convex with Clerk. And what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna copy this, or you can actually, you see here, it says open in Claude, right? So you can do it a couple of ways, but you can do this really however you wish. I'm gonna copy the markdown. It's like a little trick that I'm going to do. We're actually already in Claude. So if you're not in Claude, we're going to do Claude. And I'm not in that ultra mode yet. I'm just in simply high effort mode. Then I'm going to say, paste in that markdown. I'm also going to copy this link like so. And I'm going to say the following. I want you to help me set up Convex inside of my Next.js 16 app. We use Clerk heavily inside of this app, so make sure the integration is successfully up and running. Help me set up anything that I need to set up manually. You have access to the Clerk CLI if you need it. Okay, and in this case, you see sometimes it might not catch things like this, right? We use Clerk heavily and so forth, but again, it's gonna pretty much know what we're talking about here because it has access to everything, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and actually do two things. You can either do a hit on enter here, or you can do Shift Tab and do accept edits or plan mode, okay? So typically I would do plan mode here to make sure it's a lot more cleaner in setting this up. So we can actually do plan mode first on this, right? So that's going to go ahead and basically trigger off a session there. Now, while that's happening, we need to do a couple of things. So I already know how to do this. So as it's doing that in the background, you see here in the Clerk dashboard, navigate to the Convex integration setup. Now, I'm going to show you two ways of doing this. So if we can have that open on the left and on the right, I can go to our dashboard and show you. So you go to configure, and then I'm trying to show you if you don't find this, where to find it. So we're going to go to the sidebar. We're going to go over to developers integrations. Okay. What's up, guys? Good to see you here. Right. And you can see here Convex. We're going to enable it, and then we're going to go to manage integration. Okay. Connect Clerk with Convex. And then in this case, we're going to go ahead and do personal workspace. We're going to do Potion, development instance, enabled. And you can see here we have the actual front-end API URL. So we can copy that because we're going to need that inside of our Convex. Okay. Now, this is still planning out a couple of things. Like it says the provider is clearly Clerk. Let me read the Clerk reference file and explore the existing code base in parallel. So it's going to go ahead and try and do this. And basically it's using a couple of background agents and so forth. That's fine. They do its thing, right? So we've done that already, but we actually need to go ahead and save this inside of Convex. Now I'm going to see how far the AI agent can set Convex up for us instead of doing it ourselves, right? Somebody says, look, you know what? I always laugh because some people always want to go ahead and recreate things like authentication or a database yourself. You can feel free to. No one has a gun to your head, my friend. But the thing is, no one's going to celebrate if you do that. That's my point. So I will happily call out everyone who wants to, you know, potentially hate on tech that we use or so forth. But the reality is, it's stupid to rebuild something from scratch. Period. Like, it's very stupid. You're going to waste your time. So you can do that. Absolutely burn tokens on your own accord, but I'm doing what I do in production. So feel free to listen to it. Feel free to. But Ishana Guru, there you go. There's your answer. Okay. Opus 4.8 released and it's calling me a noob every time I use it. It's very much, it can push back a lot more, which is quite cool. So you see, look, the plan came back to us and it says, what scope should what scope should this Convex and Clerk setup cover? Dev now only for now. So in this case, it's a very good question. So we're only doing dev for now, but it knows how to go to production, so we can use it afterwards. So we're going to go ahead and do enter on there. And then, do you want Clerk users synced into a Convex users table or just minimal auth wiring? So we actually don't want this. I actually don't need it yet. We could do this, to be fair. But Convex functions can read the identity directly, this is the way we want to do it. We really don't need to have a webhook syncing the users in. There's no need, okay? Submit the answers, cool. And this is why I like plan mode. I tend to find it's very good with this kind of thing. Again, I've zoomed out a little bit, but let me know if you need me to zoom in. And also, while it's working, you can do /usage. And I'm just gonna show you guys a little test, right? Right now, we are at 0% because my account here just reset. I have a few accounts on different platforms like Claude, Cursor, and so forth. So looks like I haven't used this one in a while. Do escape here. So I'll show you after the end of today how far we can go with our usage, right? We'll see how efficient we are. And it'll be interesting with the new Ultracode mode as well. So let that do its thing. Now we've gone ahead and integrated this. Now for the Convex setup, all you would need to typically do is you need to create a file, authconfig.ts, add it in like so, and then you just basically run the following command to spin up your Convex backend. It's very simple, and then you just need to go ahead and add in the following. Right, so this is Convex provider with Clerk, and it's simply a wrapper that you then put around inside of your layout file, right? So very, very simple to get this up and running. And then what you need to make sure is that when you're using something like, typically when you use Clerk, you use something like show when signed in or show when signed out. But here, you see how we have authenticated or unauthenticated from Convex. You want to use those instead, because remember, now that we have Clerk and Convex working together, our source of truth is actually Convex, because Clerk is passing information to Convex, and only when Convex is verified that, yep, this is correct, should we trust that that is the ready state, as opposed to just Clerk being ready. So now we want to make sure that we don't use the show when signed in. If you're ever looking up if someone is signed in or not, we use the authenticated and unauthenticated from Convex. Okay, so these are things which I definitely would say you have to pay attention to. It's changing music a bit. I'm going to put the Papa Fan playlist back on. This is way more, it's way too sleepy. Jay's actually got a nice playlist. Let's do his one, right? Who's missing Jay as well, right? I definitely am. I think he needs to come back. He's on a plane right now coming back, so we need to get him over here, right? So in this case, you can see like the plan has been written. And what I like to do is, you see here, I actually click into it. So I can just command click and it opens up the side, right? And this is why I kind of like Warp as well, because it shows me a rendered plan, which is a lot easier to read. Right, so integrate Convex with Clerk, Next.js 16 context, that potion, blah, blah, blah. We want Convex as a real-time backend. Yes, that's correct. Convex folder exists, but yeah, there we go. Use Convex provider with Clerk. So this is all correct. Add Convex dep. See, I told you, auth.config.ts. This is perfect. Uses a sample protected query to verify the full auth loop. Yep, that's very correct. Convex provider, wrapper, component, the one that I showed you guys. Convex provider with Clerk. Let's have a look. Let's just verify that was correct. Convex provider with Clerk. Yep, that's perfect. And that's the one. And you want to be inside of use auth with use auth from Clerk Next.js. That's perfect, right? App layout. Yep, that's right. Environment variables. See, right? Convex deployment. Clerk front-end API is read by auth.config on the Convex backend. Exactly. Very important point. That Convex backend is actually for the environment variables over there. So you might get confused sometimes, .env.local. It's not actually that. It's actually over here instead, okay? So then provision and push. So we're going to go ahead and actually run this one. This is happy. We're going to do this, yes, and use auto mode. You see, look, no refinement, Ultra plan on Claude. Oh, that's cool, right? So we're going to go ahead and use auto mode for this. And then we're going to use Ultra plan afterwards, right? Ultracode, sorry, afterwards. So while that's happening, let's let that do its thing, and then we can test its implementation to make sure it's all good. But in the background, what we want to do is we also need to get a Convex app up and running, right? So typically right now, are we logged into Convex? I don't even think we are, right? So I need to see which one it's going to log into. But Convex 139 installed and source files created. The pattern triggered skill suggestions aren't relevant here. Now let me, we did actually want the skill suggestions. However, we already installed that ourselves, so it's fine, okay? Publishable key encodes the Clerk front-end API. Let me decode it to derive the front-end API URL. So let that do its thing for now, okay? Ismail says, can you please suggest me for FYP? I'm not sure what you mean by FYP. Now, Convex is free, by the way, so you can sign in. Now, I'm not sure what account is actually on my MCP already, but let's go into my personal. And the thing I love about these AI builds is that you're going to see how fast things can come together, which is really cool. Okay. So if you are using a Convex, feel free to use that link. Yeah, it's just it helps out. So feel free to use that one up there. Let me know in the comments as well afterwards. All right. And you know what, guys, if you're watching this, yeah, drop a like right now, subscribe, and just leave a comment. Leave a comment on the video, because it really helps these videos grow. Like, I don't know what's going on with YouTube's algorithm lately, but it just helps a ton. Especially when we're trying to push AI content, can sometimes be a bit strange like that. Okay. So once that's done, this music's a bit jarring. Okay. So let that do its thing. And while we're here, we are actually, I just want to show you guys one thing, is that while this is, what's this one? We don't actually need that for now. I'll do that later. Go into cursor and you guys can see a bunch of changes are happening here. Okay. Now, after we're done with this, I'm going to commit. So we're going to do a little test and we're going to commit, but you can see that a bunch of skills have been added in. And most importantly, you can see that the schema is getting prepared inside of our Convex file. So Clerk front-end API URL, the users is being, this is our sample, check for the Convex backend. And then we have our layout change, the one of getting things set up. That's perfect. Cool. So this should be done in just a moment now. And then we are great to go. So these commands, so I run them outside the sandbox. If I do env local, and again, this is private. You should not show your env local. Why is that? That's interesting. Let's go to our env local over here. And then you see here, obviously, I'm going to invalidate my keys afterwards. Okay. So these are our starting environment variables. So I'm going to just organize them a little bit. And these ones over here, we're going to pop under here. Okay, like so. Now, once that's done, we're going to go ahead and you can see we have someone wrote a question. I started with you on Notion Code you did earlier, got me hooked up, and here I am with the same project AI build. Awesome stuff, dude. I love that. Why has music stopped? Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. I'm trusting you guys not to use my environment variables, which is bad of me. Okay, so this will be done in just a moment. The adapter supports both. If the session token already exists and uses native Convex, otherwise it falls back to JWT named Convex. The modern Clerk approach, native integration mapping AD into session. So let me check whether I can enable that by the instance config. Again, let that do its thing, right? You can really set this up in two ways, and it's trying to explore both ways. The first way is the AUD config. So you can see here, the default AUD claim required by Convex is pre-mapped. You can include additional claims as you want to, okay? So you can do that as well and so forth. Now, I've done a bit of help here. So I've actually gone ahead and spoken to Claude before and basically had a chat with it and say, I'm just going to say, write a prompt to give to me on stream for this entire build. Right, so basically I went back and forth with it, kind of brainstorming exactly what we talked about today, the features of this build, the real-time editor, the Convex side of things, all of that, right? And I want to make sure that we can go ahead and do that now. Let's see, as include exports or complex dashboard mode integration. Right, so I just want to check one thing. Are we actually even connected properly yet? So if we go to our environment.local, Convex deployment is anonymous agent. We don't actually have the setup up and running at all yet. So that's what it's getting confused about. And this is really where I kind of feel like AI can go on a spiraling tangent. So I'm going to capture it before it kind of goes a bit too wild. So I'm going to go over here and we'll say create project, and we're going to call this one potion create. Okay. Now for this, we're going to provision it. You can see here, I've already got tons of accounts, but we're going to go ahead and use this one right here. So that part ostrich. Now what I can do is Command D here, split this. And I just want to check something. If I'm logged into the correct one, actually we can do it one way. I can actually say use the following. We can just say which account are you logged into on Convex. Let's go ahead and actually, we can't actually interrupt that, can we? Oh, I forgot, it's actually a side one. You can actually do something pretty cool here. You can say side or by the way, is it? Sidebar, side question. I forgot what it is, by the way. Yeah, ask us, by the way, there you go. So you can say, by the way, which account are you logged into on Convex? All right, so you can actually do something like this and it will go ahead and help you out a little bit. So 1 second, let's do, by the way, which account are you logged into on Convex? Okay. And then that will kind of ask a side question while the main agent's running. Okay, how do you train? Okay. Now, I've actually already come up with a plan for this build. So I went back and forth and I can either use that plan. I'm just wondering if we can do it that way. Or Clerk CLI is logged in as team appropriate, but that's Clerk Convex. Okay, curious, interesting. So in this case, what we can do is I can actually stop it. I can do Control C and I can say stop. I'm interrupting it. I'm gonna say, I'm adding your env variables, right? Or actually, you know what, rather than that, and this is one thing that I always recommend, you should set up your base by yourself because it's running Convex locally on the machine right now. Yeah, same thing that AJ said. I actually want to use it over here instead, right? So I reckon you go to your settings, you go to your environment variables, and you can either, not this one, sorry. You want to do the following here, okay? So what I can do here is I can literally just this is the easiest way, literally you can just screenshot this, boom, and I'm just going to go ahead and say the following. I'm going to say, use this Convex account and project, get the keys, and log in if needed to Convex MCP. I will provide access. There you go. And now what we've done is we basically just want to go, and the reason why that was important is because the cloud URL and the site is there. It knows exactly what account I'm in, and it knows that this is the development instance there as well. Okay. So you don't, again, like what I really would have recommended you did instead of this, because this is just annoying to be honest, is you do convex.dev. You do what I typically do in every build besides today's documentation. And rather than this, I just go here and I just literally do npm install npx convex dev and do it that way. And that would literally just set things up for you in like 2 seconds. Okay. So again, just nice to show you both approaches, but really it's messy and it gets a bit too horrible with that. I don't like it. You want to switch from local anonymous development to your real cloud project. Let me first check the current Convex login. There you go. You're already logged into the Convex cloud. Now link to this repo using your existing Potion project. Okay, so let's see if it's found the existing Potion project on the Convex cloud. So I might be logged into a different account. You won't have this again. I need your team slug. Let me get Convex API using your login token. Again, it might be in the wrong account. So we'll see. And you can also use Git work trees exactly to run multiple Claude sessions in parallel. Now, you know what we can do actually while this is happening? We could do, I'm trying to see. I've actually got an entire prompt here. I'm going to copy this and show you guys afterwards. Okay. Because this is taking too long. The team slug is Sunny Sangal. Now let me think it's a Potion project. Then I'll switch environment local to the cloud deployment, regenerate. Okay, did it. There you go. So you see like Dapper Ostrich, this is correct, right? But again, if I was to do that again, I would just save the hassle and just do it the other way. But you saw that this was a cool teaching moment actually, because how did my agent have access to my my Convex instance and everything like that? Through MCPs, right? So again, like install the MCPs, they're really important because it allows Convex to basically, it allows your agent to basically touch your backend, you know, that sounded so bad. It allows Convex to touch your coding backend, right? So it's in your Convex backend. And then obviously, you know, when it comes to Clerk, you can go ahead and use what you need to, like the Clerk MCP and the Clerk CLI. Okay, MCP sees, let me confirm the environment variable is set and run the sample query. Now this is basically testing, remember that code that we had, the Convex users is testing this now to make sure to see if it can actually detect the login or not. Okay, is that safe? Use MCP to allow edit DB and Convex. For production, be so careful with that, right? So just be very careful with that. But for development, yes, I do it all the time. Cloud setup verified, yes, there we go, right? Runs cleanly, returns no for the unauthenticated, expected. Let me confirm environment now points to the cloud deployment. There we go. Now let me add a small auth status demo so you can visually verify the Clerk Convex looped end to end. And I'll create a small client component and wire it up. Okay, cool. So now this will be done in just a moment. On the homepage, we should see that pop in. So it's creating this component and then it will be able to go ahead and do it. Now, again, Convex sees your Clerk session. Hey, there we go. That's it. Great start. Okay, and you can see here, I've got the user component. If I do sign out, now let's do it again. Sign back in. Checking authentication. Boom. This is great, right? That's perfect. Okay, so this is a nice little tester for us. Now, for the next step, we can do one of two things. Now, I recommend at this point, you need to commit, right? So you obviously commit this. You've just installed a bunch of stuff. I would call this the Convex initialization, essentially, right? Full integration compiles. Let me start Next.js 7 in the background. So in this case, I can stop it here, right? I know what it's going to do, right? So I'm happy with this now. I'm going to go ahead and say commit changes for Convex setup, okay? And now you'll see it's going to do exactly the same thing that I did before. It's going to stage and then it's going to write a commit message and you'll see the commit pop up here. So I'm trying to show you different ways in how you can do it, right? No, you're right, AJ. Yeah, you can actually do Convex local as well. But in this case, I just wanted to show you guys. But yeah, actually, that's a good point. If you do Convex locally, you don't actually run against because everything is running locally, you don't run against your quota usage. So it's a good thing when you're demoing things. But obviously when you're on a deploy and so forth, it's a bit different, okay? Now I'm running on auto mode on, so you can do shift tab to change your modes. That means that I don't have to review it and say like accept, 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 and so forth. So that's why you might not be seeing that, okay? Now, while we're at it, destroy that like button. Come on, guys, appreciate it. All right, hit that like button. And as you can see now, it's gonna go ahead and do that. Let that do its thing. And to be honest, this wasn't the worst. I mean, like, yeah, it did use a few tokens, but it's not crazy ridiculous, right? But again, could you also do relatively well with something like Composer 2? Yes, Composer 2 is actually very, very good at doing a lot of these tasks for us as well. So just showing you kind of insight into a thinking process, right? So that'll be done in a moment. And then we'll basically be past this point. You can just click on refresh to double check. Anyway, give that its time, right? It feels long because we're on a live stream. That's the kind of frustrating part. And it's also setting our PNPM workspace up. You're on main of a branch first per safe practice. You can fast forward. See, yeah, it's doing it based on some instructions that I've had in my setup before. And that's actually the correct way. You see that Convex Clerk integration, it created a separate branch and then it's going to commit and basically merge back into it. So there's actually a safe way of working. And you can see, look, now this is the main branch. This is the new branch that we've created. And now you can see it's going to go ahead and actually do a merge into that once it's done. Look. So it's done it. Commit is done. And then we can say basically merge into main, right? So we can merge into main, or you can go ahead and even do a simple, what's it called? PR, right? So like a pull request, right? But in this case, this will now merge into this and you'll see everything come up to speed. So look, yep, now main is up to date. This will in a second push up here. Okay, so if we go ahead and hit refresh in a moment, so you can see crunch merged into main, the Convex integration is now on main. Okay, perfect stuff. So at this point, the changes here should be refreshed. This is, where is this? Oh, this didn't get included in it. Oh, God's sake, it didn't include these. It only included the actual setup part. So these are all the skills that we installed. So let's just go ahead and commit those as well. And just to make sure we are on our main branch, yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and actually commit these direct to main. We're gonna sync. And now you'll see everything will go up to main in a moment. There we go, we're up to date, right? So like these are just like little checkpoints, right? So you can now, if I screwed up, I can go back. And I don't need, and this is what you should be thinking about when you're building with AI, right? Now you can do work trees and all this stuff, but right now I'm trying to show you all of this, right? So let's do clear now. /clear, start a new session with some empty context, and we're back, right? You can see context is back at 0, one MCP fail. Let's just double check which one that is. GitHub failed. It's fine for now. I have things set up, so you can ignore that. Convex is set up, Mobin, I have a few others that are already in there, okay? But now what we want to do is actually get the plan started, okay? So the first step is I actually have a full plan that I've kind of written up beforehand, and it's here. So I don't know what the best way to show you this is. I think if I was just to go ahead and pop in a file here, just for example, to say plan.ts or sorry, .txt, .md even, and just paste this in. I want to show you something real quick, right? So inside of my plan.md file, why can I not do this? Where is it? Markdown, yeah. Now over here, you can see preview, build prompt, right? So you're building a production style multi-tenant B2B SaaS Notion clone, a collaborative block-based document editor with recursive folders, real-time sync, 2 AI services, and per organization billing. Build it in phases. After each phase, stop, summarize what you built, and tell me exactly how to test it before continuing. So I've already done this before. So I've already basically just come here and basically just said that. And all I was doing was I would just explain my tech stack, and I can run you through it a bit more efficient time-wise. Next.js, Convex, BlockNote is what we're using, right? So in this case, you see BlockNote plus Convex Dev Pros Mirror Sync, right? So BlockNote, if you're wondering what the heck is that, right? So in this case, BlockNote is, BlockNote, I'll show you. It's this right here. So we can go over here and it's a JavaScript editor. So you can get a really nice kind of editor experience. Now you've also got TipTap. That's also a very good editor. I've done both in my builds before, but you can see that as I'm typing in, if I do /, see I get this nice kind of, bit of stuff going on, right? If we go to AI, you can actually see we get some cool AI features as well. So they've got some nice little AI demo here as well. So if I do, for example, /, you can see Ask AI. So we can do something like this as well, which is quite nice. Now, they have got a pricing on their side, I believe, but the AI stuff, I believe, AI integration, commercial license. So again, this is not commercial. This is basically like Excel packages for free under So this again is not commercial. This is like if you're just practicing out. So this is actually pretty good if you want to mess around with things. And of course, it's quite pricey if you want to go full with it. You could use this or you can use TipTap, right? So TipTap is a better priced option, I believe. So in this case, DevTool Editor Suite. You can actually go quite far for free with this one. So you've got TipTap Editor, that Notion-like editor here as well. So this is quite cool, actually. We could just use the Notion style editor. Right? I actually quite like the TipTap version. And you can see here, they've got a cheaper plan, right? So in this case, that's quite cool. I believe the AI stuff is also included here. Add AI toolkit, you see. You can talk to sales. Okay, so there's a few things that you can basically just go ahead and throw in and so forth. But for now, we're just going to use the one that is supported with Prose Mirror Sync. Okay. Now, I actually want to go ahead and discuss this with AI. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in first, the entire plan. But you can see everything else, soft delete, type the agent with workspace context, new agent. So every tool scopes to the right workspace. Every convex is scoped to the organization ID. So we have no tenant crossover. Never call an LLM from the client, right? It should all happen through convex actions or server side. And then we have effectively, where is it? The data model, how we structure everything. And then different builds, right? So scaffolding, setting things up. Phase 2, workspace and recursive sidebar, collaborative editor, Notion polish, building and getting, and then the agent. And then of course, inline AI, okay? The reason why I might stick with BlockNote just for the demo is because we can go pretty far for free until you, of course, if you want to do commercial, you can switch. But I think it's cool for the demo to be able to go this way, right? So here's a rough plan I have. Help me decide if TipTap or BlockNote is a better option, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch to plan mode, okay? Now, I wanna do something fun here. So I could do two things actually. I could go ahead and say, I'm gonna cut this, or actually, yeah, let's just cut this out for a second. And I'm gonna do / effort. And I'm gonna go over to Ultracode mode, okay? So this is the fun part, right? We're gonna go to Ultracode. And I have no idea what to expect here. So this, you're going to see this in real time with me right now, which is quite fun. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and say the following, or BlockNote is a better option. And then I'm going to say, I'm going to pop in the entire plan beforehand. Before that, I'm going to say, create a, and the trick here is to say, create a workflow. So if we type in workflow, you see, look at that, create a workflow to implement this plan, okay? And then I'm basically going to pop in the plan, and then I'll say, here is a rough plan I have. Help me decide TipTap implementation. Then structure a plan and execute, okay? So I'm literally going to try and do this all in like kind of one go, right? And then I'm going to say each phase completion, I want commits. So if we break things, we can safely roll back. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to do plan mode on, or we could, I mean, this is the thing. I actually kind of want to do auto mode and show you if we can just shoot this off and let it go, because typically I would do this in plan mode, but I think it would be pretty cool right now for all of us to try this out for the first time in Ultracode mode with the workflow, with Opus 4.8. Let's go ahead and do it. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that in right now. And basically this is the entire plan kind of operating on its own, right? So in this case, plan MD, I'm actually going to remove it from here because we don't want to see that here. And you can see we're on a fresh branch, okay? So let's go ahead and see it. Now you see it's thinking, still thinking with extra high effort, and this could take time, right? Because it needs to think through a bunch of stuff, and it tends to use more tokens as well because it's extra high effort, okay? So let's let that do its thing for a moment. And chances are it'd be interesting to see what's happening here. But if you type in / verbose, I think it was / visibility or observe. I don't typically use the CLI too much, but I believe it was Control O. Yeah, so Control O helps you decide what you want to see. Detailed transcript, first no. But I have so many things here. Wow. Okay, so I think it was, if you guys can help me out here, whoever uses Claude Code more would be kind of nice. I think it's visibility, no? Is it not visibility? Okay, anyway, come to it afterwards. But let that happen. Typically, most of the time, I'm either using Cursor or I'm using the Claude Code desktop CLI, desktop app, or Codex app. Again, all of them typically in the agent's view. Okay, so I'm typically running things in this kind of flow. Cool. Now, if we go back over here, Quick little water break as well. But well, this is a super interesting thing to see what happens now. Now, typically the way that these kind of things work when you have, spawning of many sub-agents is you have one master orchestrator, the know-all kind of agent, the top agent. This agent basically is the one who's going to formulate the plan, read out what it needs to read out, and then it's going to basically figure out, okay, I can do these jobs in parallel. So it will spin up parallel sub-agents, and then those sub-agents will go and work in parallel. Then it will come back with answers and basically context for the main agent, and then the loop proceeds. Okay, so this is typically how it works. Now, if we do I do want to see something though. I think it was, I can't remember if it was. See, look at this Ultra plan. Clerk Convex drafts a plan. You can see these are new. Ultra view, Ultracode, Ultra plan. I've not seen these before, so this is quite cool. Look, 5 to 10 minutes estimated cost. Wow, okay. Upgrade to max for higher rate limits and more Opus. Oh, I'm already on that. A few minutes it would take. So in this case, this could take a few minutes to go ahead and do something. Okay. So is that fun on the live? I don't know. I mean, let's see though. Oh, you can see like, okay, it's come back to us. There we go. So I'll create a workflow as a build orchestration using the workflow tool, not the okay. Here's my read of the situation before your spec already mandates BlockNote. Okay. That's almost certainly correct because Convex and BlockNote are both built around the blocks. Okay. A validate decision. Your own build prompt requires phase gating. Work one phase at a time. Wait for my go ahead, and you want to commit per phase. So I won't try to one-shot all 8 phases. The right job for a workflow right now is the heavy parallelizable part. Verify all the fast-moving library docs. Okay, so I kind of wanted to one-shot everything, but I guess it's not the right way to do that. But settle the edit decision and produce a version pin and commit checkpoint master plan. Then we execute phase by phase with your sign off and commits between each. So I'm launching a research and planning workflow that fans out one agent per fast moving library. Each fetches 2026 docs, not training data, plus a repo state agent. You already have Convex and Clerk scaffolded, then synthesize the plan, right? So you see already it's a lot more clinical in how it approaches things. Now, what we can do is I'm just going to do Command D, and in the side, so while that's happening, I'm going to do Claude. We can actually see that we can actually see in Warp quite nice views of this, but I'm going to show you a couple of things in the meantime. So if we do /work trees, is it work trees or git work trees? Git work trees. Using git work trees is actually a superpower I've installed. So work trees. I always forget which one is it? No, it's not this one. Okay, anyway, you can just tell it to do it and it'll do it. Okay, so let's have a look. So close that one. One workflow is running in the background, is fanning out. Now, what does fanning out mean? It means that it's basically spawning those sub-agents that we talked about. Okay, so in this case, it's going to launch a research and planning workflow that fans out one agent per library. And you can see one repo assessment agent figures out exactly how much of phase 1 already exists, and 7 document verification agents in parallel. Okay, so each fetches current docs and so forth. Then an edit agent BlockNote's first tip tap, then a synthesis agent that produces the version pin dependency table and a per phase plan with the commit message and exact test steps for each of the 8 phases. You can watch it live with /workflows. So /workflows, let's try it out, guys. Browse dynamic workflows. Look at this. Oh, this is cool. So this is new. Okay. Now noticed how, firstly, it went ahead and selected the model that it wanted. Now, of course, yes, we are using heavy usage here, right? So these are Opus 4.8s, all in parallel, right? So fair enough, it's all running quite heavily. In this case, we can see that I don't think they've actually started. So let me just double check and see, what's this? Select, stop, restart, pause, escape, or save. So I want to see if they have actually started yet. So if we go back, it says dynamic workflow, you can take over the reads. Let's find out. So is it actually doing it? I'm not sure. Workflows, that's completed. Okay, so it is doing it. Yeah, so we can see it. Sorry. So you can see it's actually running each of these right now. So these are all running. You can see that their token usage is going up. And it's done the pros mirror sync, the presence check. Presence is more of a library to check basically if you want to have like several cursors open and so forth. Or not a library, but it's a kind of that's the approach you typically look into, like presence APIs. Convex agent, it done its work on it. This is our research agent, okay? And then we'll basically go back to the master agent, and then it'll go ahead and decide, and then it'll plan, okay? So in this case, And then, of course, you have to be aware here that naturally you're going to be using a lot more tokens. So sure, is this better? It is arguable, right? It's probably really good if you're doing bug finding, migration work, that kind of stuff. For building from the ground up, it's arguable. If you have budget, then of course go for it. If you don't, then I would say really questionable. Now, the reason why I want to show you this is because one, it released yesterday, so it's pretty damn cool. And two, is because I think that it has very high promise of what is coming soon, right? So in this case, we have to adapt, right? We have to understand, look, you can spin out 9 agents that are all going to work in parallel to go and do research. This is where it's eventually going towards. So you have to know how to leverage this. Else the reality is that someone who else knows how to leverage this. If you uncap them budget-wise, they're going to run and they're going to fly if they know how to use all this stuff. So in this case, we've literally spawned out 9 employees effectively to go and do research for us. And you can argue, yes, it added up the tokens, but let's see the result of it. So the research agent, once that comes back, we've got one more AI SDK agent that's doing a bit of work. And you can see here, the assess repo Haiku 4.5 is basically going to be reading most of the files, assessing what is done. So it's just this last agent here that is basically figuring something out. And then if we come back over here, okay, so we're still over here. So workflows, let me know, have you guys used this yet? Because it's very, very cool, right? And again, I have a lot of these different workflow commands as well. So it's just workflows, not to get it confused, okay? Now you could go in and actually stop, restart an agent if it does seem to stall, but in this case it is moving, it's just pretty slow. We can't seem to inspect an agent though, that's one thing I've noticed. So we can't actually seem to go into an agent that's working yet. Probably will be able to at some point, unless I'm incorrect. So maybe we can, but okay, there we go. Look, all these agents completed. Now we go down to the decide, right? So now all of this context has been passed through and we have an editor decision, right? So what decision needs to be made now? So if we come back out here, we can see, okay, no, it's not this. Okay, so it still will stay in there until the entire thing is done. Okay, so, and you can see like I'm on Ultracode, extra high effort and so forth. So / workflows, let's go back in. And it's starting to basically figure out what's going on. So in this case, that we're 5 minutes in, and this is already done quite a lot of research. If you think about what this did, right, it actually probably went through all of the documentation. It went ahead and checked everything out for us. And you might be wondering, well, no, I could start right now, save tokens and XYZ. If you actually do this enough, you start to get a very good radar of, okay, you could do that, but chances are, like, unless you know what you're doing and you go to the right documentation, you have the right plugins, you have the right skills, you do it right from the get-go, you probably will screw it up and you probably will spend more tokens figuring out your mistakes. I've seen it over and over again. That's why I'm mentioning it, okay? So the edit decision was done. Now it's moved over to a plan. So it's creating a master plan now for us, okay? So it's almost done. 11 agents were spawned as a result of this, majority on Opus 4.8. It'll be very cool if we can see, like, you know, in the near future, basically how possibly we can maybe make these, you know, Sonnet agents, because we don't necessarily need an Opus 4.8 to be spinning out like this or fanning out like this. So I reckon soon enough, or you can maybe instruct it to do so, but it'd be cool either way to see how we can maybe, you know, inform workflows in that way. So we can try that actually when it comes to the next step. We can say maybe for the simpler things, use Sonnet because it's way cheaper, right? And I do find most of the time these days, I'm actually using Composer to do a lot of things for me instead of using the top frontier model like 4.8. 4.8 is more for like the planning, the master plan, that kind of thing, okay? So this will be done in just a moment, and then we should be ready to go. Now, I just want to check something. You see the Clerk frontend API URL, it added it for me. So even that step, MCPs and skills made that achievable very simple, right? Very simply, right? Now, while that's happening, one step that I'm going to mention that we're going to have to do, and I'm just going to neaten a few things up in the meantime as well. I'm going to close a bunch of stuff because I don't like messy setups. Right, we don't need this stuff all open. So a few things I want to mention now is, we already have that, so we're fine now. I've already talked about these. A few things I want to mention now is that we are going to have to set up our billing, and that includes enabling it. So we might as well do it now while we're waiting, enable it. Now, we're not going to use user billing. We actually want to use B2B billing. Okay, so these are individual subscriptions we actually want to have, so if we click enable billing here, we actually want to have organizations. So in order to enable that, you need to go to organizations and enable them first. Now we're going to say a membership is required because in our setup, you have to be part of an organization here. So we've enabled it, and then we go back to billing, and now you'll see organization billing. So we're going to enable that now. We're going to click on save, and then I want you to go ahead and see the following. Now down here, the payment gateway, Clerk payment gateway is the starting point, the recommended one. Now, and while we're in dev, this is absolutely amazing, right? It's only when we come to production, you can link it to your Stripe account. Yeah, and then of course you can actually toggle here to go between dev and prod instances, okay? Now heading back over here, this is now almost, I hope so, almost done. It's been idle for a bit. Let's let that figure its thing out. But in the meantime, what you would do is you would create a plan, okay? Now the plan itself is gonna go ahead and have a few things. So it's gonna have, like, for example, let's say we called it, our free plan is what everyone, you know, typically organization creates. For example, Papa Fam, it invites its members, so me, Jay, so forth, members into that Potion workspace. And then we can basically go ahead and choose to upgrade to unlock more features. So we can have, for example, a plus plan, so Potion Plus. And that would basically unlock, for example, unlock AI agents and some amazing functionalities, right? So basically just like, yeah, whatever marketing jabberish stuff you want, you can go ahead and pop it there. You can have a free trial, for example, like 7 days. We can make it publicly available, yes, because we want to use the components here. The base fee, you can charge whatever you want. So let's say for our AI package, we're going to do $49.99, okay? But you can also charge based on the seats. So that charge organization based on the number of seats the members have. Yo, I love Clerk. They just released that because this is before the limit, right? But you can actually, so no, they did have this before. I was going to say, wow, yeah, seat based. This is awesome. So you can actually limit the number of members basically in this subscription. So $49.99. So basically we can say, okay, at a discount, if you pay annually, it's going to become $39.99. But we can say for plus subscriptions, we're going to limit the number of members up until 5 members. So you can be on plus, but you can only have 5 team members. And then we can have like an extreme plan. And then that one can have like unlimited members if you wanted. So you can go ahead and do that. And then you can enable features. For now, we don't have a feature yet. So we're going to stop it and just click on save and then go back to billing settings. Now in backend subscription plans, you can see we have our free and our plus plan. Right? So this is really cool. So we basically set that up in the background. This right now, I'm wondering what's going on here. So let's see, is it still basically crunching or what? It's been idle for 4 minutes, day 2. I have to trust that this is going to work here. But let me know your thoughts if you guys tried this out yourself or whatnot. But I'm going to give this a little bit longer. And then if it is still stuck for a while, then I'm going to basically either restart it or figure out what to be doing here. But 71.9K token use, we've been on that for a while. So I'm not really sure I want to keep it there yet. Maybe we stop it if it goes on for another minute and doesn't come back to us, right? So now what we can do is we can have, that's actually pretty great, right? So that's actually what we needed. So we're actually waiting on this now to come back to us. So /workflows. I am actually going to stop it, I think. So 79, it's been like this for a while. So we're going to do X to stop that one. So I skipped it, click on S to save. And then you can see, look, save dynamic workflow, Notion build plan. Let's try, I'm going to save it, but I don't know if that's saving the same thing. So it decided I produced phase build plan failed, type noise, non-object evaluating phase plans. So it failed on the last one, but it actually did the rest pretty good. Now here, I'm going to say, based on the research from the agents, what is the conclusion, right? So let's go ahead and do this. And again, this is all kind of new territory to me because Ultracode is very like new, the workflows is new. And typically you can actually step away now and just let this thing run. That's kind of like the approach here, I would say. But yeah, I'm going to see how this goes because I kind of wanted to start building as well. So you can see here, the workflow ran successfully. The edit is completed, but the final synthesis agent returned no. My log line then crashed on plan phases. So that is something that they're going to probably fix. I asked the agent to emit an entire polished markdown inside the structured output too large, so the structure validation failed and returned null. Make the simple agent emit only lean structured data. I'll generate the markdown myself afterwards and guard against null so it can never crash the run. Then I resume. Okay, so let me patch the 3 scripts. So in this case, look, it's actually self-fixing itself, which is kind of crazy. And there, user still. Okay, so it's actually doing a bit of fixing on its own stuff here, so that's kind of cool. Oh, this is actually part of the build plan, I guess. And then it's going to run. Now resuming, the 10 agents resumed, return cached, only the synthesized reruns with the leaner schema. Okay, so now, so if you do have a problem in your workflow, you can actually go ahead and do that. And then I'm actually going to remove that. So now it's running in the background. If we do /workflows, can we run that? So maybe if I do, oh, I interrupted it. No, continue. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, so continue. Workflows. Annoyingly, it's not letting me inspect it. It says it's running in the background, but it's not letting me inspect it. Okay. So we'll let this do its thing. Again, I think for a demo on the stream, it's pretty tricky to go ahead and resume with this. If it carries on, we might have to shift away from this approach. But I really wanted to get this through the line. I think it can be so cool. Let me know, do you guys want me to continue with this approach, or should we shift to like what's visible on cursor? Because we do have this approach here. So this is kind of cool, to be fair. But these are all the problem is cached. So I don't want to lose what we've done. Okay, there you go. There is running in the background on this repo assessments, What you'll get back in one shot: editor, verdict, pin dependency table, 8-phase build plan, open questions for you. And now where we should be. I'll write the finalized plan and ask for your go ahead on phase 1, standing by for the workflow. Okay, so now we should be able to go to workflows. There we go. All right, now it should be doing its thing. So master plan, hopefully it doesn't die now and basically do what I did last time. So we should see our token usage go up. If it doesn't, we're gonna, I think, leave this and kind of move forward ourselves the way we would have done it. So again, I think it's gonna fail here. So it looks like the last step of putting it all together is not working very well. So I actually want to do something here. How is the potion going? So the potion is hopefully going well, right? Unless it's synthesizing, I don't know. So in this case, we're going to say, okay, so the final step of workflow seems of the work of the flow seems to be broken. I think workflow is obviously a triggered word. Let's not continue the workflow approach and summarize here with a plan. Use the 10 agent completions. However, oh no, it did do it, guys. It did do it. Okay, I should have just been patient. It did it. Dynamic workflow finished. Verify current docs. Okay, so I guess it just takes time, right? So it's one of those things that on the stream is a bit more tricky, but it did do it. Since I succeeded this time, let me read the full structured result. Okay, now did it save the result here? No, it's not for us to see. Control O, if we do this, we can see that workflow completed, mutation output. Okay, so decision confirmed. BlockNote high confidence 8-phase plan with 22 pin dependencies. Let me jump to the decision and plan sections rather than read the whole file linearly. Cool. Okay, so now we have our plan and now things are gonna fly like very fast. Okay, so install AS on MPS version. Now the 8-phase plan, risks and open questions. Okay, cool. So once this is happening, this is where I think it's going to go crazy. And I believe what I'm going to do is instead of doing it phase by phase, I might just say do the entire thing and just run. I'm going to do it because I want to be a bit more kind of destructive on the stream, right? But typically you should be doing phase by phase. But we've done that for every single episode. For episode 10, let's maybe do something a bit more fun and cool, right? I think it might be a fun thing to do, right? So, zero dismiss. I want to dismiss that pop-up. Okay. Now, I just want to do a little check here as well. If we go into our usage, you can see so far, I've used 1%, right? So 1% of my weekly. So that's not actually bad considering like you saw it fly through a ton, but try context to visualize the current usage / context. Oops. Sometimes it's a bit frustrating like that. Context, I don't know. Okay, give it 1 sec. They come back. But thank you. I appreciate that. I like the interactivity, right? So once that comes back to us, we can continue on. And by the way, you can customize this, right? I think I actually customized this one to show me my 5 hour and 7 days. I think I added this in, by the way. I can't remember what it's called, but I asked my Claude to customize the bottom to give me the context windows. And it's actually pretty cool to see that. All right, Cryptic Flow, he goes, let's go, Sonny. Yo, what's up? Ian in the house. What's good? One of my one-to-one students. Absolute G. Okay, so very interesting with that approach of doing things, yeah? With the workflows side of things. I'm curious. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of seeing, you know, I would like to get more insight, to be honest, into everything. So Control E to show all. Let's see, Control E to show. No, it's not showing us the. So this is why I prefer personally to be using the desktop. However, we're only using this now because of, and we probably will switch to desktop in a moment, but because of the workflows, I kind of wanted to dive into that straight away. So in this case, look, wrote 279 lines to plan.md. Let's have a look. Plan.md, and we can read it here, to be honest, to make it easier. Multi-tenant B2B SaaS generated a live docs workflow. Right, every version must be verified against current documentation or trained data. Build one phase at a time. Okay, so currency. Okay. This is cool though. Look, wow, it's very detailed. So this is very detailed. Wow. Okay, so this is actually pretty amazing. So it's got pretty damn in depth with it. So we got the collaborative editor, image uploads, icons, and covers. It's got the Convex Dev, Pros Mirror, image upload as well, supporting. Very nice. Notion polish, search, favorites, trash and resolve, breadcrumbs. Very nice. Okay. Billing and gating as well. And this also let Clerk dashboard, enable billing, choose gateway, create organizations, plans, and so forth. Commit, phase 5. Very nice, phase 6, and so forth. Okay. This is quite nice. So 2 options. Tell me in the chat right now, do I one-shot a bunch of agents to do every single phase in parallel? Risky. Or do I do each phase in the way that I would typically do it? Let me know. All right, so you can see it gave us back a report, verdict, build on BlockNote. Okay. And now it's saying repo reality, phase 1 is 50% done. You already have Clerk Convex auto-config, missing the schema, Convex HTTP, and the Clerk Convex webhook sync. Middleware, so phase 1 is a delta, not a rebuild. The plan reflects that. Okay. So everyone's saying one shot. Okay. So let's do this then. Okay, we could do this, right? Low-key one shot the whole thing, see what Opus can do on one. Yeah, I know, right? I know it's wrong, but I really want to do it. So let's do it. Then let's just improvise it, right? Let's try this out. I'm going to say, I want you to create a workflow. Going to do that? I'm going to say, you know what? Maybe actually I'm going to do Control C. So chat about this. I'm going to cancel it. I'm going to say, create a workflow to implement the entire project, including all of the phases in parallel where you can, using subagents. Okay, so create a workflow to implement the entire project, including all the phases in parallel where you can use subagents. I know, ignore what I said about doing one phase at a time. I want to do everything in parallel. Okay. This is going to be something, and again, I'm making very, very certain here that you want to be careful when you do this, right? But let's screw it. Let's try it. So we're in Ultracode workflow. We've got the plan. You just use the plan that you just created to go ahead and set this up. Okay. 3, 2, 1, boom. Okay, this is kind of fun now. We're going to see some craziness happen now, right? So I hope so anyway. But this will be so interesting because this is like a very new thing. So typically, yeah, you would spin up, you can spin up background agents, but this is doing it in a way which seemed to spawn them pretty damn quick, right? So we're going to actually try this out fully now and see how it goes. Okay. And now we're at 2% usage. So it'll be very interesting to see how much usage And it's very cool that this is live right now, by the way. So Opus 4.8 released literally not even 24 hours ago. We're live right now and we're trying it out. And I've never used this before in my life with the Ultracode and workflow thing. So I want to be one of the first to just throw myself out there and be like, on the live stream, screw it, let's do it. So let's do it now. Okay, so I think this is kind of fun. Now, of course, we've got to be patient. We've got to wait for this thing to do what it needs. But let it create that workflow and let's see what happens. But let's look at the plan in the meantime while it does this. So you can see it's pinned versions to basically help us be a bit more stable. And here we can see next React Clerk backend. Cool. We got I want to see here. So phase 1, scaffold, webhook, user org sync. So Clerk user orgs into Convex verified webhook, populate schema, add middleware. So in this case, so you don't necessarily need to synchronize with the webhook side of things, in my opinion. You could actually be using the SDK to go ahead and do that. You don't actually need to have that synchronization, but we can fix it afterwards. So who cares, right? Yeah, I don't mind to spend the tokens. It doesn't matter. Workspace and recursive sidebar. This will be very cool because imagine like different sub-agents are kicking off doing this. Phase 3 collaborative editor, Notion polish. So obviously there are some dependencies like phase 1, the scaffolding obviously is the most important. Like you need that before you can then kick off in parallel everything alongside that. Jane8 goes, hey Sunny, what's good, dude? Good to see you here. Plumbeer says agents, what's up? Use the client to answer questions. Okay, let's see what it says now. So let's give it a minute. Almost done thinking with extra high effort. Wow, does anyone know? This is our OG song. This is when we launched Zero to Full Stack Hero, I believe. Like, damn, crazy. And by the way, like I say, on the topic of Zero to Full Stack Hero, if you are interested, join our Zero to AI Hero. The entire, honestly, is gonna be the best community on this planet, period. Hands down. It's not to be confused with anyone else. We have Zero to Full Stack Hero. Zero to AI Hero is ours, like, period. And yeah, join our community. Link is in the description. You will not regret it, okay? Is there a sub-agent to see what will happen? Yeah, you can. You can go to workflows, but it hasn't been created yet. So we don't actually have the workflow. Oops. We don't have this yet. So we gotta just wait for this to basically create the workflow for us. So then we can inspect it. How's the experience before? Honestly, too early to tell. I would say very good with the research. I'm impressed. Because, yeah, very impressed with the research, to be fair. Like, this was intense. Like, this was very, very intricate. The only thing that I don't like here that it's done, but again, we could just rewrite it afterwards, honestly. Like, yeah, on a live stream, I kind of want to be a bit more, like, explosive here and stop doing it the safe way. Like, in real life, I probably would try this to learn myself. So why wouldn't I not show you guys myself as well what I'd be doing, okay? So let's give this a second. Again, it could take a while because remember, these workflows are big, right? Like you're literally creating a plan to implement the entire thing in one go. So we got to give it a fair amount of time. And the main thing I would say is just, we see tokens going up, it's still not doing it. Make no mistake mode. Yeah, that's what we're trying to implement right now, the make no mistake. And honestly, if you guys appreciate me using all the tokens here, go ahead and hit the like button. I appreciate you guys. I think it's going to be a very cool project that we build out of this. And again, I'll push the second it's done. So overriding the one phase at a time agreement, I'll build a dependency aware parallel workflow. Exactly, perfect. Sequential foundation, the shared spine every single phase depends on. Then a wide parallel fan out of feature modules split by disjoint file ownership, so agents never clobber each other. Then an integration loop that code gens, type checks, and fixes until green. 2 honest constraints, I'm baking in. True 8-way phase parallelism isn't safe. Phases share schema, convex config, so I parallelize my file ownership instead of by phase. That's the maximum parallel decomposition that won't corrupt itself. And the reason why we can't do it in Git work trees is because we need to update the schemas as well, right? Agents write all the code, but the manual step remains yours. Clerk dashboard, webhook and billing options, secrets, OpenAI keys, Clerk webhook secrets, and the Excel license kit, and live tube browser testing. I'll hand you a checklist. Cool. Brad, you didn't pick one, so I'm using the plans default. OpenAI, that's fine. We're happy with that. First, the safety branch of main stays clean. This is your rollback net. Okay, so it's switching to build Notion clone parallel. And then now the implementation parallel, implementation workflow. Foundation to 7 parallel modules, integration loop, verify loop. Cool. So very shortly, we should be able to see our workflows kick off, and it will tell us when we can actually do that. So you see, it will tend to say, it will actually tell us when that happens. Okay, very interesting to see how this one's going to work out, to be fair. All right. Let me know what's your experience been like so far as well when you're working with AI, this kind of stuff. So what's this done? This is pushed in the build plan. There's pushed the old build plan. I mean, we shouldn't have really pushed the old build plan in, but there you go. This episode is very dangerous in terms of like follow it with caution, because know that I'm doing something very new. But very, very cool nevertheless. And plus, if you're watching a replay, you can literally skip through the waiting part. So we're going to have timestamps all over this place. Okay. And it'll be very cool once we see the actual workflow in action, which shouldn't be too long. And also, one thing I want to recommend is that while you walk away from this, you can just do, for example, / remote control. Okay. So this is quite handy because, like, say I need to leave right now. I do this all the time. You can go ahead and do that. Jane says, is the workflow mode the same as / go in Codex? Honestly, I'm not sure. That's a very good question though. I'm actually not sure because I use Codex a lot, but I've not used / go. So either I'm missing out or I need to basically update my knowledge on that. But that's a very good question. So I want to have a look at that. So maybe we see that. So we can say Codex, go mode. Let's have a look. I don't really want to show this on screen to be doing it too much, but autonomous AI capabilities allows an agent to execute long-running multi-step tasks without requiring human oversight. Similar, I guess, but it doesn't fan out, I assume. I know that I'm not sure it does, but hey, look, workflow. Hey, look at this. Okay, workflows. Let's look at it. So / workflows. And how can I see it? So launched the workflow running on branch. Your main is untouched and watch it live with / workflows, structure, dependencies, modules. Okay, / workflows. Oh wow, look at this. Look, we've got something happening here. So we've got 2 workflows. We've got one completed and one that is running. Yeah, so this one. So enter to view. Ah, look at this, guys. Okay, cool. So now the way that I would introspect what's going on is we jump into that workflow and now I can see exactly it. So the foundation is working. So you can see right now 49 point. Yep, this is working. And we can actually go over to cursor to see the changes it does in real time. Right? It can if you request it, but it'll drain usage real fast. Yeah, probably even the same with this, to be fair. It's probably going to drain my usage, but it'll be cool to see how this works now. So this is executing the plan in a structured way now. So look, it's doing the foundation layer first. So in this case, it's going to go ahead and you see that block line. So it's installing all of our dependencies with pinned versions to make sure they're all supporting each other. We've got Convex Dev, Pros Mirror Sync. We've got sfix, Convex Helpers, and then it's installed our package lock. So you can see this is actually operating here. And then what will happen is the modules will be where it fans out the sub agents. So that, but literally it's got a mission and then it's going to go ahead and try and implement everything in one go. So 53.7. And one thing that I'm looking at as a reference pointer here is if the tokens are moving, it's not stuck. Okay. For AI, when the initial stage of the project, it works good, but when a project grows so much further, it hallucinates for production. I think I face most of the time. So that's actually probably down to your setup and usage. In all honesty, I've got some pretty huge projects I work on with AI a lot. It's just down to your approach. So use plan mode way more effectively. If you're just, maybe you're jumping straight into agent mode, don't do that. Jump into a plan mode, really scope things out. Never, ever. Like I honestly I get it to do a code review of the plan that it creates, right? And then I will literally go through that every single time as well that I find that I keep asking the same thing over and over again. I'm constantly adding it to its memory, adding it to the Claude.md, adding it to references that can be then pulled in later. There's a lot of things that I'm doing constantly to make sure that my future agents are smarter than the previous ones. So there's a compounding effect to it, right? So you can see now it's starting to build out more. We can see, look, changes are happening. This means that it's likely set up, and it hasn't set up shadcn yet. Okay, so it's installed it, everything, but globals.css, this doesn't look like it's done the full installation yet for shadcn. But this is interesting. So in this case, we've got a couple of the shadcn installs being pulled through. So we can see kind of what it's doing under the hood by looking here. So this is kind of interesting. Right, I'm really excited to see when we get into the modules. That's where I feel like things are going to go pretty wild, pretty quick. And I'm very curious to see how it's going to go ahead and also start a new chat. Helps with keeping agent on check. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could actually do that. Yeah. So if you don't want to have, that's a very good point J-Nate mentioned. If you're in a really deep flow, like, you know, with one agent and you've just finished the biggest feature ever, do not start another task with that one, right? So literally consolidate what you need to consolidate, save memories if you need to save memories, X, Y, Z. And then I would highly recommend start another session, like just start a new session. A lot of the time I have tons of cloud agents up and running at one time. I use it loads, like loads from my phone. I have Codex running on a Mac Mini that I can remote into. I have a Claude Code's very nice because the cloud instance of everything, it works very nice from your phone. But that's typically how I'm working. You can see that it installed the dependencies and added the libutils. That's why I was erroring out before. But that's typically how I find that I'm working a lot of these days. How are you guys working? Pretty much mostly. For me, it's either like when I'm on the desk, I'm pretty much using Cursor, and then I have typically a Codex agent and a Claude agent, like on the desktop app typically. I have both of them up on the screen, on my screen over here, and then my lower screen I have my Cursor itself, or vice versa. But that's kind of typically how I'm doing it. J-Nate says, I've been using Notion for memory dumping on every work. It works cleanly. Good. However, thing to consider, we did this as well at one point. There is a drawback to using Notion for your memory, is that in order to push into it, now they've added in some MCP, kind of like some very like native agent like setups and stuff like that, or they become more agent first, but you're still using tool calls to push data in. So it's not the most efficient. Or I'd recommend go and set up Obsidian. Obsidian is similar, except it's going to be incredible for you because it uses MD files, which are local first, and then they sync to the cloud. Very cool. We use Obsidian a ton as a second brain for our AI systems. We use it for our Hermes agent, and we use it for our OpenClaw. They have basically a second brain element, and then all of our agents can basically communicate because they're just local MD files that then are synced up. So local MD files is literally reading a file versus external things. So we've already got 40 tool calls in, 79K. Most of the installation is down. It's likely going ahead and let's just go escape, and let's escape again, and we can see, look, it's just running here. This one's a heavy run. So we can also see here, but prior to it running, we can actually see what it's saying. So let me fire up Codex and try out. Yeah, definitely try out Obsidian. Very, very good. M1 authoring, webhook, HTTP, uses organization middleware, documents, and you can see like phases 2 and 4 can be done in module. Oh, these are different modules altogether. Wow. So we're going to have 7 agents in parallel doing this. Very nice. All 7 one sharing application. Okay, let's do it. Let's jump back in. We can see 82. So we're still building. Okay, so let's do a refresh. And now you can see where it's probably taking a bit more time. So users have external user ID, name and email, Clerk org, ID, name and slug, memberships, Clerk user ID and row. So this part, row, we don't actually handle row-based access control here. And also the org memberships. Okay, we could do that, right? We'll see if maybe it has a efficiency layer to it. We'll see though, because typically I don't do it this way, right? I typically use the SDK from Clerk side to verify everything. Otherwise there could be drift where Clerk has one state, my Convex database isn't caught up, and the user still access when they has access when they shouldn't. So I don't really like that, but the documents here, this is all good. Cover image, okay, that's cool. And then AI usage, org period count. Per month AI usage counter. Quota is enforced in Convex, not by Clerk billing. Okay, so nice. We've got some kind of AI usage counter. Okay, heading back over. Let's go back over here and let's see what we can do. And I'm just pressing escape when I come back, right? The actual agent work is going to be in parallel as well. So workspace agent tools and the streaming chat, as well as the quota and presence. So presence, I'm not sure we're going to actually, I didn't agree to continue with this bit, but we'll see how it happens. AI usage, the pricing gate, AI gate and entitlements. These all can be happening with Clerk. So this is a Clerk component. The AI gate and the entitlements, this should be using the Clerk billing SDK. I hope it's using it, but if it doesn't, we can correct it. Okay. Now let's see, we're still inside of there, 50 tool calls in. Be very interesting to see. I feel like more and more of these live streams are me monitoring agents and being more of a manager than actually like kind of coding things. And to be honest, that's how I'm finding it's moving. You can see like BlockNote schema. This is actually for the prose mirror schema, right? Now, this one is very interesting because this is actually using something quite intricate. Now, if you're confused about what that is, what I'd recommend is when you come to use Convex components, always look at this. So Convex components, collaborative text editor sync. You actually have a nice little snippet here that they recommend you use. So this is how you install it. And then they have a copy prompt that you can basically use to set up things, right? So chances are it's pulled this in. If it hasn't, and there are errors later, this is what I'll come to basically get a bit of help. TipTap is based on Prose Mirror and so forth, or use BlockNote. So you can choose TipTap or BlockNote. Go with BlockNote unless you want to customize the editor heavily. So in this case, I guess we're going more simple than the customization. It's not sure we'd switch editors later on without migrating all this. You might experiment with both before launching publicly. It's a good point. Okay, so you might want to play with that before you kind of. Oh, look at that, guys. We can click into it. Oh, now it's in fire. All right, now we've got 7 agents running. Cool. All right, now let's see how this happens. So I'm gonna pop this over here so I can see exactly what's going on. So I'm gonna go ahead and just show you guys. Let's try and get this in the nicest way that I can kind of show on screen. So here we have our 7 agents. Let's make it smaller if we can. So I guess the best way I can show this is kind of like here. So you guys can see, look, these are all moving now. So these agents are all running, and we should see a craziness in the number of changes in our files now once it starts moving, because I reckon they are likely either doing one of two things. They're either spinning up separate work trees, or no, they're doing it on this branch. Yeah, they are. They're doing it on this branch 28. So they're all making changes here. So this, yep, they're doing it all on the same branch. So interesting approach, right? Because typically doing this much parallel work in one branch is actually quite dangerous, because you're not actually able to handle merge conflicts in a nice way. You should be doing PRs, but screw it. We said we'd do a one shot based on the chat. Let's do it. So in this case, we've got, and this is the crazy part, 1 hour 45. Most of the time is coming to planning, but this is where it could come together extremely quick. Right, we have the upgrade CTA. Look at this. We've got a nice upgrade CTA. AI has a paid feature. And then a quick little look while this is happening. If I press escape, you can see, look, we are at 570K tokens, which actually so far, I mean, it is a lot. Yeah, sure. But it's actually not as much as I thought it would be so far. But again, that's not finished, right? Come down here and let's see. So each one of these is not flying through a ridiculous amount. Like, yeah, you might actually find that you could be hitting these together if you were to do it manually. Like the real question is it able to do this parallel work effectively and well? That's more what I'm looking at here, right? So this is installed Shadcyan correctly, global store CSS. Now it did the full, yeah, install Shadcyan. Let's see here, we've got the billing page, and it is using the pricing table for organization. That's correct. AI gate, you can see like protect feature AI enabled. Okay, so that's actually correct. It is doing it the way I wanted it. So this is correct. So we just need to add in AI enabled for the plus plan that we set up earlier. That's actually pretty good. Okay. And it's actually not the protect. It should be the show component. Oh, has replaced it. Oh my God, just as I said it. That's incredible. Just as I said it. That's wild, right? It did it. But look at this. Look, hey, M2 just finished. Okay, this is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. Okay, let me know. Like, guys, like literally chat away with me, because this is very cool. Ask questions. We can see for ourselves. This is the first time I've ever used workflows live on stream. So literally can't make this up. This is pretty cool. M1 auth sync, and I want to look at that. So where we have our users table, let's have a look. Mirror a clerk user into the local users table. Oh, okay, I'm not a huge fan of that. That is firstly a red flag. Signature, so data is validated with VNE and narrowed to user JSON here. I don't like that. But here we can see external name. We should not be using any. So a couple of things that I look for when I'm typically reviewing AI code is any. Like it will try to come up with a reason why it used any. It's always rubbish. Don't use any. It's a bad practice. Do not use any. Right? I'm just randomly picking files at this point. There isn't actually a process here. I'm just waiting for this to build out. Let's see the billing element. So likely would have been around presence. I want to see what the presence hook is here. So thin auth aware wrapper around the Convex dev presence component registered as. So they are actually using a Convex presence component here. So we go back to the directory. These are Convex components. We should be able to actually see a Convex. See, he goes, wow, that's new something to learn. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Presence. Oh, this is kind of cool actually. So managing presence, a live updating list of users in a room, including their status or when they were last online. This is very good for chat and so forth, but we're going to be using it here for this. Convex documents. Let's see. So for the documents, let's have a look. Document validator, search limit, list limit, favorites limit, recursive batch. This is for documents touched by a single recursive to restore. State complement. Okay, so this is basically Convex has, and I've had this experience before. It's had basically you can update a batch number of files in one go, but typically there is a limit. So what it can do is it can basically create a loop, and then you want to use that loop sometimes. Here, so like you create a while loop, but basically you got to be careful with while loops as well, right? But it creates a while loop, and it basically will run through and update things in the Convex storage side of things, or whatever it's doing here effectively. It could be the documents, to make sure it doesn't overflow. Because say you had like 1 million records, it can't go and update 1 million records. It has to batch everything. And also you want to reduce the amount of complexity, like or the blast radius if something goes wrong. Convex is actually good. Components of godsend. Yeah, they're very, very good. Like these components are sick. Like these are really awesome components. So what they're building here is pretty damn cool. Work pools give critical task priority by organizing asynchronous options. This is quite cool as well. But even these, like a few things, like we're actually discussing a sort of video with Postdoc at the moment. So when I come to do that, perhaps I could use something here. Very, very cool. But you can see, look, the agent work is happening and the editor work. But already, guys, not bad. Not bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. We've racked up token use. So we come back out here. 714, but still not crazy. Like if I was to do this manually, yeah, I probably can hit that number. I've hit that before. Could I be more efficient with it? Yeah. Now we can see here. So, okay, so at this point, we can see command. Let's go back over here. So we got 54 files deep in change, right? Let's have a look. We've got some. Yeah, this is naturally going to happen because we haven't generated the type definitions. So we need to actually run npx convex dev to get type definitions created. Okay. Now we've also got a route. Let's have a look what route we have here. This is for our AI SDK. So in this case, we can see shared inline AI. So in this case, we can see our post request. This one is for shared inline AI for the backend. The editors transform. We gate the request 3 ways before ever touching the model. Authentication, Clerk AI enabled feature. That's pretty good. Convex AI usage quota. That's cool. So we're checking a usage quota, which we've built in-house. AI enabled from Clerk and also the auth gate from Clerk as well. Very good. And this is exactly what I would have wanted. So this is all using the correct SDK from Clerk. Right, so has basically on the server side allows us to check if the feature is enabled for that organization's plan of the member who is trying to request or send this request. Right, so AI is not enabled for this organization. Very good. Read AI entitlement. What is that? Read AI entitlement. So in this case, AI has enabled yes. Plan has business, pro or free. Okay, so we're gonna have to change the plan from plus to pro. We're gonna have to do a bit of a sync there. With our users, the plans configured limit and so forth. So we have some limiting in play as well. Okay, so this one here, 123, that's still working. And here we have 123.6. As long as we see a jump, okay, it's still doing something. Okay, now again, is it good to do 58 file changes? No, it's very, very crazy, but more so, the reality is like they've said even on their own post when they released workflows is you're not typically going to use this when you're creating from scratch, right? You're pretty much going to use this like, say, for example, we were doing a huge migration, like a migration which involves tons of changes throughout the code base, tons of research, bug finding, for example. Even if, for example, let's say there was a fire on production right now, you want to fix that thing as quick as possible, right? You can basically go this route of basically having like maybe 5 agents fan out, check every single point of failure, and then basically come up with a solution. And basically just, you're not worried about spawning the sub agents to get the thing fixed. You're worried about finding the issue or handling the migration or the big task as quick and efficiently as possible. So that's typically where this can be kind of cool. In this case, we used it to build our entire app, so it's quite funny. So we'll see how it goes. So let's go back for a second. We can see that 751 tokens. And if I press escape again, we can actually see my usage is at 3%. Okay, so you know what? Not surprised, not actually crazy. Not crazy yet. So I'm actually not too, that's not actually that bad at all. I thought it would be way higher, quicker. So let's go back into it and let's see what's going on. We're 20 minutes in to our parallel build at the moment. And again, remember, I was explaining a lot in the beginning, but really you could get to this point pretty quickly, right? We've got these two that are running a bit longer, M3 editor and agent. So these are the interesting ones that are being built up. So let's have a dive into it. 59 files in. Let's have a look what the most recent changes are. If we go to the changes section, you can actually just run through all the changes, but it's too many to go through now. Middleware.ts to see what they're gating. Right now, they're just checking for dashboard, anything inside the dashboard. Cryptic flow. So Ian, what's up, dude? He goes, over the past 2 months since I've launched, I've had to put out 1 or 2 production fires and constant fixes behind the scenes. Is this normal for a startup's first quarter? Well, the reality is you can plan as much as you want about this could happen, this could happen, this could happen. The reality is that, like, yes, it happens. Like, production issues can happen. What we want to do to eradicate and potentially reduce that, because that is quite high for production issues, is you want to create a staging environment where you can mirror your production environment variables and test that the thing that you've added in, or smoke test, basically all the critical flows, make sure it works, and then you merge into main. Chances are you're either doing a pull request into main, which is dangerous, and probably, you know, there's a different factor, a different variable that you're not factoring. So the thing is, you can go from a PR, everything working, to merging into main, everything breaking, and you're wondering, but it worked over here. Environment variables changed. So it could have been an environment factor. So staging typically exists in the middle sometimes, where it's a mirror of production, or you can call it staging or preview, but that's typically what big companies will do, where it will literally be production credentials. So you can now test a feature, but as it would look on production, but it's not actually on the main. So not everyone is seeing that. So this is typically how you would want, you can go ahead and do that. If you use Convex, you can spin up preview as well. Yeah, you have preview database kind of instances that can be broken off. It can get a little bit complicated with some areas of how to navigate that space, but yes, it's pretty cool for doing that as well. We've actually got a really nice workflow for one of my clients that we have with that. Ian says, I'll say this, these last 2 months have been the deepest learnings in my career thus far. 100%. And this is what I'd recommend. And wow, look at this, it's done. Right? And this is what I'd recommend, like, really, as you're using this stuff, constantly learn from it as well. Like, ask it questions. What did this do? What did that do? And so forth. Like, this just got released. How am I learning? I'm literally on a live stream learning it with you as we do it. And of course, I'm using my knowledge beforehand to test out what's good and what's bad, right? So this is done. Let's go now. And you can see we now launched an integrate agent. So 52K tokens in. This integrate token now, agent now is now responsible for the next step. So we're going to go back and you can see, so this one right now is, so sorry, we're here. Okay, so it's not going to show us until we're done, right? So let's have a look at our integration agent, 55.1. So now this integration agent is responsible for the actual merging of everything. Well, like merging of everything, making sure it all goes through. And if we look at this, so prime example here, okay? So this is erroring out because it hasn't ran the Convex, MPX Convex dev, for example. When it runs that, what will actually happen here is it will generate type definitions. So type definitions typically will exist in Convex generated AI. So these definitions, right? Right now, this file is tiny. That's because it hasn't been run, right? When it runs, you'll see that that file will no longer be tiny. It'll be big, okay? So we're 59 files in. At some point, this agent will discover it has to do that, and it will basically do that. How do I know? Because I did that a million times before, okay? So again, we're using this as a reference to ensure that it's not frozen, because we saw earlier it can freeze, or like, there could be an error. And then obviously, I mean, eventually they're going to improve the observability here, but things to look out for. $63. Okay, so now it's starting to do quite a bit more changes. Let's have a look. And this is likely, yep. Oh, look at that, guys. You see, it just got rid of an error, which means it's definitely doing what I said now. So if we go to Convex, how much do you want to bet? Convex, generated, API. Okay, so it's this ran. Yeah, look, now we've got all these types. Hey, look at that. No, is it this one? No, it's not this one. It is the model. Yes. I don't actually think it's ran it yet. I don't think it has run it yet. But it did definitely fix some of the issues. So here you can see, like, some of our old errors that we were getting. For example, this one. Now it's got the type references. But I'm curious as to what it did there. So API. Yep. Oh no, it is. It did run it. Yep. It definitely ran it, because otherwise this would be erroring out. So that integration agent is literally running npx convex dev. I'm basically getting these type definitions created now, because you see here, yeah, this is correct. API, filter API. Yeah, it's actually getting it now. This is good. Cool. Okay. Very nice. And you can see these are all coming from type of these files. So these document.js, this all basically validating out. Yes, this is what I want to check. These are the ones that have been generated now. Oh no, it's actually pulling it from there. Okay. Oh, okay. But yeah, effectively it's getting the types from here. Okay. So if we go back now to our integration agent, let's have a look. Oh, yeah, let's see. Oh no, I want to keep it here so we can see it. Okay. Let me know as well. Like, I'm really curious as these things are evolving. What has been more helpful, to see me on like cursor with like the agents window, like the kind of UI kind of, edit, I guess spinning up several agents, building out features, or like tinkering really quickly into like the really cool stuff, or like the kind of new stuff. Like I'm curious here, because we're trying to figure out this space, the best way to teach you guys. I literally live and breathe it every day. Like, I do not stop coding. I swear to God, I spend most of my life bloody coding. But that's pretty much what I'm doing. So I'm always learning this stuff, but I'm trying to find the most optimal way to go ahead and deliver that information continuously to you. So you can see the integration R1 was done. So if we go back now and we go back out of here, you can see now it's done. It comes back up to the main agent. So the workflow is completely finished. Look, the foundation succeeded cleanly. Schema push. Let me pull the critical part, the integration result. Then it's going to go ahead and check. Now it's checking, did it type, check, and build, and any remaining errors or to-dos, right? And this is where it will probably ask us, oh, yeah, you need to set up the webhook, and you need to set up the other stuff. So let's check our environment local. Yeah, so chances are it hasn't done anything there, okay? So integration came back clean in a single round. Code gen okay, root TSC. That's actually impressive. 7 agents ran in parallel and it came back. That integration agent did it well. 3 sensible cross-module fixes. Convex doesn't on the alias, relative imports. Okay, fair enough. Perma home rule, verify before claiming success. Is there any other backend you'll use except Convex? Yeah, I've used Supabase before. I've used Firebase before. I've used MongoDB before. I've used literally every bloody database you can imagine I've used. I've been coding, like I said, for like 20 years now. It's literally... Is it something? What's it? No, 16 years. Yeah, 16 years. I'll correct myself, 16 years. So you can imagine I've used pretty much everything. This is strong result. So, but right now, my go-to, Convex, 100%, I love it. Supabase is very good as well, though. It's a strong hit. The modules made smart, well-documented adaptations. Remove, protect, use show, use node, runtime Swift agent tools, presence less takes room token. Okay, I'll independently verify the type tech and build myself. It built independently, clean, now a full production build. This is pretty impressive though, I can't lie. It's quite impressive because the errors that I saw were not that high. So, and also the 7-day limit only went up 2%. That's actually wowza. Like, that's pretty good, I can't lie. And for our 5-hour limit, only went up 13%, like up to 13%. That's pretty wild, guys. Like that did a lot of coding for us right now. It's pretty cool. It was very cool. That's pretty awesome. But the main thing is now we got to see if it actually works. So it could work, it could build, it could do everything. We're not going to get impressed by that. We're going to get impressed when it actually demos out well, does everything for us. But again, we still need to prep a few things. Is this a 20x plan? Yes, I'm on the max plan. But I'm impressed still, even on the max plan, I'm actually impressed with that. That's very good. Like if I did that on Cursor, it would burn through tokens like crazy, way more than that would have done. So that was super efficient for what we did. Yeah, it's very efficient. Like 2% of my weekly limit to effectively build the entire thing. It's kind of crazy the value that we're getting back. Honestly thought I'd see at least 10%, not 3. Yeah, exactly that. I really genuinely, and this is really cool because we're live right now. First time me trying Opus 4.8 plus the workflows, Ultracode mode. I genuinely thought we were going to hit 10% after that workflow ran. But the fact we hit 2%, or like, you know, like we went up from 1% to 2%, 3%, it's wow. Okay. Usage. I just want to check as well. Are we correctly checking that? Because is my one? No, that's actually right. Yeah, that's actually correct. Wow. Okay. Very good. That's quite impressive. Well done, Claude. That's a pretty huge jump, to be fair. Okay, confirm the row integration using issue. The type checker couldn't catch both page, the leftover create page and app resolve to / and route groups like dashboard don't add a URL segment. Okay. So dashboard lives at billing doc and not under dashboard. That means a proxy matcher guarding dashboard would protect nothing. Let me check proxy data test and fix both before committing. This is new. This, I can tell you, I use Opus 4.7 all the time. This 4.8, and this is something which has been definitely highlighted from the Claude team, is that it's 4 times likely to less ship more or kind of verify bugs and so forth. So this actually caught a bug that typically would have gone through. Like I've had it a million times. It does that stupid stuff like that, and it found that. So that's quite good. Saifali, what's up, good? What's up, good? Dude, sorry. The gibberish in my mouth. So in this case, it changed a few things. Sign up, okay. Next system renamed to middleware convention to proxy. And also look what it's doing, right? So while it makes these changes, you'll notice that as you go more parallel, you'll find, and I do find this is a good, and it could cause a drift sometimes, but files tend to basically, like agents tend to leave these little notes behind so that the next agent understands, okay, like save yourself the hassle, don't do what I just did. So clerk rename request proxy Next.js 16, rename the proxy convention to proxy middleware to proxy.ts. The clerk export remains clerk middleware. Now this is good and bad because sometimes this could become outdated or an update could happen, but just know that I've seen this more and more and more, right? Happen. Okay. Now we've got the TSR stale, next validated referencing just delete page. Okay. There's a stale artifact from earlier, next dev run. Next is get ignored build cache. It won't be committed, but let me clear it and rebuild to TSC. It's genuinely green. Okay, so it's doing a nice little run through right now. And quite honestly, we're pretty amazing on our usage. New one says, seems like money well spent. Yeah, I agree. Everything is genuinely green now. Next is get ignored build. Okay, and we have 2 row integration bugs are fixed, committing in logical groups for rollback granularity. That is what I love. I really like that it's doing that now. So yes, we didn't implement it in like stepped things. However, what it's doing now is it built it in, I mean, it done it in pretty big chunks, let's be real. I guess it squashed and merged, whereas I probably would have done each phase commit, but okay. I guess it probably needed maybe the changes previously to it, but either way, it did a front end and a back end push, right? And then a couple of small ones like pinning dependencies. It still did chunk them, but yeah, there you go. I also don't like how it does this by default. I always tell in new projects to not do that. I don't like that. Yes, it did that, but cool. Like we also pay for it. I was 100 like, let's go, Papa Riad. Hey, let's go, Yanni. What's up, dude? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. This is very cool, guys. Okay. So all 3 groups commit landed. Let me record your parallel build preference for future sessions and give you the rundown. So you added to the memory, parallel build reference, build everything in parallel via subagents, not phase by phase, commit chunk. Oh, okay. I don't want to actually save that to memory. That's not good. Don't save that. Don't save the parallel agent part to memory. I'm going to push that as well. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I just did that for this build, but you want to be careful because bad habits can get snuck in like that. Okay. The entire project is built and verified. Okay. Workflow stats, what landed and so forth. One webhook, you sync or what landed. Look at this, guys. Webhook, sync, everything there. Convex AI. 2 real bugs I caught and fixed after the build. Very nice. Smart adaptations. Yeah, the agent made, worth knowing. Very cool. So this is things that it found. And even this breakdown is very impressive. Like I cannot lie, this is quite a nice thing. Secrets set in both places. We need to add in, use server-side in Convex. OpenAI API key. You already have Clerk Convex public, Convex deployment key. I need to get those keys. Few non-blocking follow-ups, the agent flag, but text isn't persisted yet. Recover. Wire up the environment Clerk setup so I can automate MPX Convex environment set. Once you paste the secrets, set sensible quota numbers, knock out the following to-dos, or C, open a PR from this branch. Okay. So typically, yeah, you want to PR this in, push it in, but because we're committing and we're in a demo right now, let's go ahead and dive into a little bit more. So right now, it says delete the parallel build reference. Yeah, it's done. Cool. Want me to wire up the inverse. So yeah, we need to still set up the environment variables plus the clerk side setup. So this means the billing setup, the plans, all of that stuff. Run me through everything. And then we're also going to go ahead and you already have access to the Clerk CLI as well as the Convex MCP and CLI things that you might need. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even be too cautious with it now. I just kind of like, it's smart enough. Like, don't get in the way of it sometimes. That's the truth. As an engineer, I always would get in the way of it. And to be honest with you, you end up slowing things down too much. So the reality is that even if it's a bit fuzzy, it actually does pretty damn good. The main thing is your checks before you push the code into main. That's like the biggest thing I would stress is that like right now, this hasn't gone in to main. So obviously I would like PR this and then I would code review this and so forth, right? So set this environment plus clerk side setup. So clerk side setup that we still need to do is actually and we haven't ran the app yet. So again, we're going to set all of this up and then we're going to do a test together because I really want to see how crazy this can go, right? All right. Now, also a little cool random bit of information. Claude now shifted the usage quota for your Claude design to your overall plan usage, if you didn't know that. So before it was a shared design usage quota, although I'm not sure about session limits. I don't know about that yet. I'm not sure. I haven't actually checked that one, but I know that the actual usage is now shared with your main usage. Take that as you may. You might like that, you might not. My partner doesn't like that. She hates that. But let me know. It's a sequential credential gated gap, not parallel fan out. So I'll drive it directly with the Clerk Convex CLIs rather than a multi-agent workflow. Forcing parallel share will just race. First, let me learn the Clerk CLI properly and I audit exactly. And you see that now it pulls the Clerk skill. So it's very, very good in its execution right now, right? Smash this like button if you enjoyed this video because this has been very cool. This has actually been really nice. Like I've actually put myself under a bit of fire today to do this live, but I feel like it's valuable for you guys. Natural language processing, free tier for audio input. You can do local Whisper. You can download Whisper locally to your machine. I do it to help us out with timestamping. So I will literally go ahead and take the entire video after we're finished. I have a Mac Mini with a local Whisper on it. And I basically run the entire video's audio through it. And then I basically have a workflow that my OpenClaw does. I don't even do that. My OpenClaw does that. And I basically have the entire thing translated and figured out for me. And then I verify it manually myself. Or Jay does that typically. So yeah, it's very cool what we do. And again, if you're interested in just not just the coding things that we talk about, but even like that, what I just talked about, how we have literally AI agents helping us run business, then you can feel free to join our community, Zero to AI Hero. The link is down below. You do not want to miss that one, right? So solid baseline, Clerk CLI, Convex environment, next environment. Then we got the code expects JWT template name convex, webhook path, feature AI enabled, plan slugs, free pro business, and free limit is currently 0. Blocks AI and free. Cool. This is actually pretty cool. So we're basically saying we've got free pro and business. Free doesn't have AI. Cool. That's what we want. And then we do have a Clerk users webhook that we're going to have to set up. Now I'm curious if it can set up webhooks on its own. I don't think the CLI can do that. If it did, I would be amazed, right? But I don't think it can do that yet. But I don't put it past Clerk. I work closely with these guys. They are moving quick. I love those guys. They're awesome, right? Now I have the full picture of what's automatable. Let me check the current state of the 3 things I can touch: JWT template, org settings, and billing plans. Okay. So let's let that do its thing. And again, you see what it was doing here is actually enable plan view the current session plan. Is basically it realized that it can't be in a sequential fashion here. So it's going to go ahead and do it like this. One thing I'm very impressed with here is that I assumed that if we were on this extra high Ultracode mode, we were going to be burning through craziness of tokens. But quite honestly, it's just performed really like an amazing dev. Like that's the truth. Like it's just done a damn good job of being a dev. That's what I've experienced so far. Good news too. And again, I'm not sponsored by Claude. I wish I was, but I'm not. Fair play to them for this model so far. 2 pieces already done. The Convex JWT exists with the exact AUD Convex claim that the code needs. And organizations enabled with forced organization. Yes, but the existing billing plans are user scoped. Free user for pay user. Okay. That means org scan. Existing billing plans are user scoped. Let me see the full plan list and prep the webhook portal link. So I do want to check something. I want to say, make sure to use the Clerk SDK for checks against org and org plans. Don't do a bespoke solution. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do Control-C, interrupt it, and I'm going to push my message. Do you think Opus 4.8 is, how does it look? I went out for a minute. Guys, honestly, yeah, we haven't actually ran it yet because I'm trying to do something a bit more aggressive on this stream for this episode. Because this is episode 10, I want to do something fun. We streamed, literally, we done the entire workflow. We got everything like kind of done. And I'm trying to hook up the last bit and then we're going to run it. So it's like a lot of build up to the running point, right? John says, do you think Opus 4.8 is better than GPT 5.5, honestly? You know what? It's a very good question. So truth, I haven't used 4.8 enough. Today is literally the first day I'm using 4.8. I had agents running yesterday on it last night on an app I'm building. But with regards to GPT 5.5, I'm very happy with 5.5. It's just sometimes it's very good at robust, like it's very good, robust model. I just feel Opus has something to it when it comes to high level thinking. And 4.8 so far during this stream has been pretty damn impressive. So I have very high hopes for 4.8 at the moment, especially in this Ultracode state. But for 5.5, yeah, I use it a ton. Like it's awesome. I find it super efficient with token usage. Like I literally grill the thing with so many, I have tons of agents running and I basically, yeah, and I really find it hard to run through that. Good, that's an important code. It also exposes it remote. The actual Clerk plans are free org and plus, not the free. The checking has pro plan against plans that don't exist is exactly the brittle bespoke approach you want to avoid. Let me read how generate code currently does plan and features. So in this case, I'm happy to change the plans as we need them. Just tell me what to change or change it yourself if you can via Clerk CLI. I'm going to go ahead and do Control-C, paste it in. Basically, what that just showed me is that the fact it knew that free org and plus were billing plans shows me that the CLI can get into this. So I'll show you what I mean. Free org and plus. So it was able to read the subscription plans, which means that it's able to go ahead and do that via the Clerk CLI. So it definitely did that here. So if we did Control-O, let's come up here and we can see, look, it did, it was here. So you see here, look, bash, it did echo existing JWT templates, all billing plans, pre-previous. But then the webhook 5 post tool hooks ran, interrupted. No, so it wasn't here. It wasn't here. It doesn't show when it ran that, but it basically was able to find it, else it wouldn't know that. So quite impressive with that. Okay, great. So for cleaner and more robust code, you recommend GPT 5.5, right? I don't know if I would say robust. I would say it's just, I've found that it's a lot more token efficient in terms of cost. Like I find it way harder to drill down that budget as opposed to Opus. Like if you ask me to go through my Opus budget, I probably could. Like, and I do. What am I saying? I go through that thing like crazy. But I'm impressed with it today. I'll be honest. It's incredibly efficient today. But for GPT 5.5, I mean, I tell you, I run that thing. The problem is, I feel Opus is king in comparison with design. Design, GPT versus Opus for design, it's not even a question. Every time Opus wins, for me, I have found. Like, yes, you can train them and do extra, like, you know, have certain skills and so forth, but still to this day, Opus is my go-to for design. Like Claude has something in their source, like for design. GPT just can't mimic this. GPT is very like, it's a sick engineer, but in terms of a designer, it's just not it. Yoni says pros and cons. I think Opus faster, if not GPT 5.5 fast mode. Fast mode costs a fair bit more. Pros and cons. Yeah. And to be honest with you, I feel like the only time I would really have a need for fast mode is if I had a seriously Sev1 production error. Like if something went wrong on production, I need that fixed ASAP. You can be damn right I'm spinning up fast mode and getting that thing fixed. Like with probably Ultracode and in, you know, workflow, I'll quickly say, get a workflow, don't worry about the budget, just boom, spawn as much as you want and get it done. Especially if it's like a fire, like I need to fix that thing ASAP right now. However, beyond that, I really don't have, like, yeah, I use so many sub agents, but again, like there's only so much you can do in parallel until you hit a wall. So can I ask you, what kind of agents are you running autonomously? Because I don't have any use for running agents autonomously since you need to review PRs. Couple of things. And by the way, guys, we're waiting for this basically to fix a bunch of stuff. That's why we're talking about other stuff. So autonomously agents, basically, okay, so every night I have been using a lot more of the routines. So basically, I don't know if I can show you this because it has some extra things that I don't really want to show on screen. Let me see if I can show you. So I can't really show because okay, basically on Claude Code, on the desktop app, you have routines. On Codex, you have automations. I have basically 5 on each of those, right? I can read them out to you what I'm doing right now for them. Basically, I have something called a green light check. Basically, so when my agents are finished, they're instructed to basically submit PRs. So basically, I will have linear. Linear is king. If you're not using linear, oh my God, use linear. I should have mentioned that, right? Linear is awesome. So all my agents from different services will basically know how to connect to linear by a plugin or the MCP and skill. But the plugin is sick for linear. Then basically, I have all of them. Once I can just basically write tickets on linear, and I even get my agent to write the ticket for me, usually Claude. Once it's done, I can basically go ahead and spin up agents on certain tickets. So I have tons of tickets working, and I can even have sub-dependency blocks. So I say if I've got like 5 new tickets that basically describe 5 features I want to build out, I can basically say, okay, now from the 5, which ones are blocking you and which ones aren't? And that allows you to basically at a high level, before you coded anything, figure out what can be done in parallel. So then I'm like, okay, I'm about to go to sleep, spin up 5 agents for that and go and do PRs, right? Like go do the work and PR it. And once it's done, I will come in and then I do a PR check where basically I spin up agents on every single one and I have it. So basically every night, if after a certain point in time or every time I have a push, I go between these two, I'm testing them out because one was a bit too aggressive. But every time a PR is pushed, another agent automatically spins up after it's pushed and does an independent code review based on what I like to check for. So that includes convex scalability in production, that includes breaking changes, that includes a lot of things like that. That includes the use of any, for example, because AI loves to throw that in there. So things like that I typically have on like triggers. So when a PR is pushed, I have one every day at 5 o'clock. I have one every day at 5 o'clock again. The green light watcher is basically if there's a merge conflict and it's simple enough for AI with a high percentage of confidence to solve, it will resolve that. Basically, they're all running in the background. So that way, when I wake up, I don't have to worry about the merge conflict part. I just have to worry about the code quality part. But by that point, I've already got a couple of I've already got a code reviews in place. So I come and I basically check the result of after a code review is done, right? So these are things where I get my agents like kind of running. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. But yeah, I do find that I'm kind of like reviewing, merging, testing, that kind of approach is what I'm doing more and more of, as opposed to like hands-on. But that does not mean the experience of coding doesn't come in clutch. Like I'm telling you, know your stuff. Like if you're just building blindly, it's so dangerous, man. Like you're gonna screw everything up. Like you're really gonna screw everything up if you don't know what you're building. So everything we're doing here, I know how all of this works. I can read this code, I can understand this code, I can go through this code, I can review this code, I can quickly spot things in this code that's bad and good and XYZ. Will I miss parts? Probably, yeah. But the reality is that I know what I'm doing with this stuff. Like I never blindly code, I never put something in which I don't understand. That's the danger part of what I feel is happening with this AI shift. So my biggest advice is if you don't understand what's happening, use your AI to learn about what is being built in and literally have a teaching lesson with it back and forth and go back and forth. And that's what I do when I have to learn something really quick. All right. Here's the situation of my plan. Plans, features, dashboard only. The CLI has no create dashboard endpoint for plans and features, only create prices. So I can't create them via CLI. You have to create them in the dashboard. The good news, the code already checks the canonical plugs. Okay, so that's easy to do. And then the code already uses the Clerk SDK for checks. Yes, that's good. All right, let me read the agent streaming action to wire the age SDK gate in. Okay, so we're almost there now. So let's double check something as well over here. So let that do its thing. Let's go over here. Command B. And you can see, okay, so it still hasn't, actually it's more on the thinking side of things. Yes, exactly. I don't do autonomous agents because I need to understand what is happening, what is on my code. So doing agents blind seems extremely dangerous from my perspective. Yeah, it's definitely like a dangerous thing. Like right now, I've done this part a million times, but right now when I'm solving a specific problem on my app, like we're building an app that we're planning to launch in Dubai, that one I'm very particular with. So like, I will make sure that I test the thing over and over and over again. And we have testing flows. I use Maestro for React Native, the expo part, to make sure smoke tests can clear out the main flows. Like lots of stuff happens. The image looked cool, fam, I swear. Which image is he talking about? And by the way, can you use HTML to learn coding from AI agent? And can you tell per HTML output of what it did and you visualize it? Yes. A very good point. Yeah, so it's a very, very good point. So I'm shooting a video right now. While this is happening, I can show you that. So it's a really good question. So I'm actually going to bring this up right now. I wasn't going to show you this until the video is ready, but okay, let me see if I can show you one of the slides without because I'm under something for this. So what I can show you is something like this one. Okay, so all right, so I can show you this because this doesn't show anything about the product that I'm working on. But basically, here we have like a slide, right? So basically, when I'm trying to learn something, I've got my AI that literally will teach me how to, it will create an HTML graphic to explain a concept to me. So like this one right here will explain a concept to me. Explain, okay, this is what happens day 1, day 2, day 3. And I'm also using this in video edits now. So I'm actually starting to use this because I can explain technically something, but I can't expect a designer or an animation specialist to go ahead and create it for me. So yes, you can use it on the, I think, did you guys see that by the way? Right, but yes, you can use it to self-teach you. You can use it to even create animations for videos. And also like it's really cool. And also we actually use it for like pitch decks. So really crazy cool stuff that is happening at the moment. There we have it. So now we're changing. This is better. Yeah. Derived entirely from Clerk via the has. That's much better. That's what we wanted. Okay. Comment resolved orgs entitlement by the Clerk backend SDK. So yeah, remember I told you about it before. So this is what we should have had in the beginning, but I just wanted to kind of execute. Works very well. Yeah. So it's very, very cool. Very, very cool what we're doing. I actually want to get this up and running right now, to be fair. It's nuts. During this stream, my 5-hour limit just reset to 0. And I'm only on 3% usage. Wild, right? Absolutely wild. Okay. I think Cursor do need to solve the token usage as well when it comes to the cloud agents. A cloud agent in Cursor will, I don't know what it is, but it flies through tokens in my experience. And that's been like a bit of an annoying thing I've been dealing with. That's why I don't really use the cloud agent as much as I would like to. Okay. Man, today I'm extremely late doing that's because I had Mustafa from Gambia. Yo, what's good, dude? When did Opus 4.8 come out? It came out literally last night in Dubai time. So it's wild. Yeah, absolutely awesome. Okay, let's open up Arc. I want to do something quickly. Now, while that's running, I want to see, can we spin up in the meantime? So we are all on local, for the command D. Let's do pm dev. And again, this isn't going to run the Convex backend side of things. So I need to actually get a script in there as well for that. So I'm going to do pm. Oh, actually, so I'm going to open up a Claude agent on the side here. And this is inside the same backend. We're going to say, I want a easier command in package JSON to run the app in dev and Convex dev in parallel. I'm just going to add that one straight up. Now set clerk key from the Convex deployment, read from environment. So the agent call works every time. So in this case, we're just going to add a little, it's a very simple double check. 4.8 missed that bit. Wow. Yeah, we're on 4.8. Yeah. Injected Vercel skills don't apply here. So it's a package tree. That's overkill as hell, but oh, actually no, prefix colors. That's kind of cool actually. Next dev, next Convex dev. Okay, cool. You want to make this edit to package JSON? Yes. One thing I would say be careful about the currently is dev dependency. Is sometimes I've found that one agent might stash changes and it gets rid of all my other agent stuff. So like that's where you want to be careful. And typically you want to use git work trees. Like now I should have used a git work tree to do this, but it's fine, right? So I can just say commit this file change. This file change. Don't touch anything else, as I have another agent working. You know I wasn't talking about life sometimes. Yeah, no, I appreciate you, dude. Mustafa, absolute G for turning up anyway. OG community Papa Fam stuff, energy. It's awesome, guys. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Okay, so add parallel dev script for Next and Convex. Cool. Cool. So now we can jump out of that. pm and actually that was pm dev. Yeah, the pm dev. And now, oops, no. Jump out of this entirely, pm dev. And now we can see concurrently, look at that. That's cool. I like that. Look, we can see next and then we can see Convex. Hey, I like that, the color thing. Your projects are approaching the free plans. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Convex function is ready. It's running locally. Arc, localhost. Let's see. Okay, so we're signing in. So we got thrown to a sign-in screen, sign into Potion. Let's log in. We don't actually have everything set up yet. So this is actually good that we just saw this, by the way. But I don't want to break something because we're about to screw something up unless we have a webhook set up. So we should do that first. And I just realized that what we're about to screw up is we're going to have a sync drift. And yes, I can reset the state. It's not an issue, but I don't want to do it. I want to show you it properly first. But the good news is it ran. So our agent is not hallucinating. It's doing the right thing. Convex push succeeded. Both type checks clean. What I'm finding is it's definitely succeeding a lot more than what it previously would have done. Typically it would have, especially when you have 7 agents come together like that. Committing the billing gate refactoring, grabbing the billing dashboard link for you. Nice. And after this, we'll go ahead and get that running. And again, 3%. Like I'm amazed by the usage here. Like genuinely amazed by the usage here. Okay. And also I'll be pushing this to the GitHub that you guys saw. So it was, let me go ahead and wait. Actually, I'll just push it here afterwards. So we can see it over here. So we have pushed it. Yeah, push and build. Oh, but we haven't actually pushed the branch up. Yes, I should have committed this earlier. Sorry about that, guys. You guys would have seen a nice little update for that. But yeah, know that the code will be there, so you guys will have it in a sec. Okay, we have one shell running as well. So in this case, running in the background, press down to manage. So you can see the shell details running, committed. That's quite nice. I didn't know you could do it like that. Okay. So in this case, it's running, it committed this billing dashboard link is going to try and get us. And here you can see fix AI gating. Nice. Result plans. Okay, now cool. Now let's come back with a summary of what we need to do. So what I already did automatically, JWT Convex organizations, Clerk front-end API URL, Clerk secret key, fix the AI gating to use the Clerk thing. Oh, yes, cool. 3 things left, not creatable via CLI. OpenAI key you provide, used by both AI services. So I can go get that right now. I've actually got a key already, but you can just go to platform.openai, get your key, right? I'm going to add that in a sec. And then I'm going to set it here as well. Clerk webhook as well. So the first one is this one here. So we need to add in the OpenAI key into here. So I'm going to do .env.local. Now I'm going to hide my screen here because obviously I don't want to expose my key. But what I'm doing here is I'm typing in OpenAI, I'm pasting in the key, and then I'm actually going to grab the key right now. So that's okay, proj, and I've got a key already here. Okay, now that same key, I'm going to go ahead and show you what we'll do next. So where is it? We have, where are we at? Here we are. So yeah. So you guys can see where we have at the bottom of the chat. So npx convex environment set OpenAI key. So what we can do here, and this is going to set on the CLI for us. So I can do Command D, pull up another terminal. I'm going to do npx convex dev set environment OpenAI key. Right now I'm going to paste it in. So I'm about to paste in that key. I'm going to hide my screen again. I'm pasting in that key. It's now in. And what you should see is the following. Look. So you can see set OpenAI key, Dapper Ostrich. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to close that one. Come back here now. And we can see Clerk webhook. Blah, blah, blah. Now we need to set this up. So the webhook part is the part that we need to do. And the only thing is right now, I don't know why it's rendering out all weird. But here we have it. Yeah. So Clerk secrets, we've done that. Clerk webhook. So open this dashboard link, add environment, and so forth. Okay. So step 1, we open up the link. And let's pop this open on the side. And hopefully we can get this looking. Yeah, that's better. I'm going to keep it small for now just because I can't see everything if I keep changing it. So, all right. So here we have it. Add webhook. So I'm in Potion, Clerk webhook, add the endpoint, this one here. And it's actually live already because Convex deploy is live. So that's pretty cool. So add endpoint, Convex, Clerk uses webhook, which means in our code, we actually have that. So inside of our code, we will have a API endpoint or HTTP one inside of our Convex. Convex HTTP, this will have Clerk uses webhook. You see that? And this gets deployed and thrown out in real time. So that's pretty awesome. Okay. So now that that's done, we need to subscribe to all user events, all organization, and all this one, and all organization membership. So all user events, cool. All organization events, cool. And all organization membership, organization membership. Cool. And then copy the signing secret, then I'll set it or run it yourself, right? So we can either set it ourselves here. So typically you should do that yourself, right? Create. I'm going to close this for a sec. And now the signing secret. Now, of course, I'm going to show you guys, but typically you want to do this yourself. You can run this command here. So we can go ahead and start a second one. And then I can go ahead and do the following. I can say npx convex environment set key. And the key that we need to set is Clerk webhook secret, this one here. Okay, so Clerk webhook secret. And then I'm going to paste it in here. So I'm just going to hide for 1 sec while I pull up my stuff. I'm going to paste it in. And I know I showed you a second ago, but it's fine. So it's there, paste it in. Now we've set that webhook secret, Clerk webhook secret. That's done. The billing plans is next. So we can close this out again. Pour this on the side. So we need to open up the dashboard over here. So boom. Oops. Let's go to No, it's just going to be, we go to this. It's not this. So go to the billing basically. So go to Potion, go to configure, go to billing, go to subscription plans. And now we need to rename them to these. So free plus, so pro. So this is going to be pro. This is going to be pro. Unlock AI agents and attach feature AI enabled. Okay. So attach feature, and it was AI enabled. And naturally that gives you this key, right? Amazing AI agent included, something like that, right? Create feature. And then we can save. And now we can see pro. So that's the paid plan. And we got a business one as well. So AI enabled. So now we need to go back. And then create one more plan. This one's going to be called business. So business. The corporate plan. I don't know. Enterprise, corporate, whatever you want. Right. And then this one we can make it like more premium, $297.99 or something like that. Annual base fee. We could just say, okay, you get a huge discount of $249.99. Right. And then seat based, you can say unlimited for the business plan. Right. Now for this, we also want to do add feature AI enabled. Right, so we're going to give that feature to that plan. Hit save. And then the user scoped free user can be deleted. We only use org billing. Okay, that's fine. So in that case, we have that down. If we go to our billing again, configure billing settings, we don't have enable user billing. Yeah, so user billing's off because it's B2B only. Okay, so limits per tier, living plan limits. Tell me your real numbers and I'll update it. So in this case, we've got 0 for free, 1,000. I'm not sure what 1,000 generations per month, and 10,000 for the business plan. Okay, cool. You're cool on slugs. I went with free, pro, business, match the code. If you are the keep. So again, the one that we have to change is if we go to subscription plans here for the free. You just change the free key to free. So I'm going to keep it with that. So it matches free, pro, and business. Now, if we go back, you can see our keys match that free, pro, and business. Okay. Want me to set the OpenAI key and webhook secret on Convex once you paste them, or run the commands yourself? On which slug option do you want? We can say done. And for slugs, I went with free, pro, business. Cool. All right. So we are basically done right now at this point. Again, obviously we've got to test the app out now. This is the main point. So this is where we can kind of like have some fun with this now. So let's go to our local host. Oh, it's not actually running. So we can do this 2 ways now. I'm actually going to wait and see what it says in a second. So we got good viewership today. Oh, it's awesome, guys. Over 100 viewers consistently. Let me verify something actually in place, checking the plan features and that the environment variables land. So we've got the free, pro, and Control O. And nice, yeah, I redacted, thank God. Free, pro, and business. It found them all with the features as well. Amazing stuff. Okay, and then all verified. Everything's wired correctly. Org plans match the code. Very nice. We have the AI enabled, perfect, convex. And look how it's verifying. This is the most important part. It's verifying stuff correctly. That's what I wanted. Build type check. That completes the full setup. The gating flow is now coherent. Free has no AI enabled. AI is gated off. Nice. Pro business. That's awesome. Yeah. End-to-end smoke test. The sign up, hit cap, upgrade, unlock loop. Okay. So terminal 1 is keep running. Terminal 2. So I want to stop these terminals. So terminal shell. I think it's shell. No. Stop your terminals. I'll say stop your terminals. I'll run myself. And in this case, it's given us the testing flow. Okay, sounds good. I haven't left anything running. So in this case, let's see here. X to stop. We killed that one. Cool. So now what we can do is Command D, and I'm going to go ahead and do pm dev. Okay, and we already set up the concurrently running side. So let's go ahead and push this over to the side. And now let's refresh localhost. Okay, the ultimate test moment. So now we're logged in, right? I should have probably just double checked that one. So I'm not sure if it would have synced to this user. So I actually want to do one thing firstly to make sure we're absolutely correct. So I'm going to go to my application. I'm going to delete my site data, clear custom storage going now. Should be fine. So if we refresh now, yeah. So you see how we're back on the loading screen now? Now what I can do is in Clerk users, I'm going to refresh everything from scratch. We're going to delete this user for now, just to start fresh. We're going to go to our data over here. We're going to go ahead and see our users, and we don't have a user at the moment. Okay. So now what we should see when we log in, I'm not sure when we're syncing at the moment, but we can see anyway. So Sunny Sanga, let's log in. And then you're signing back in. Cool. Let's start the music as well again. And you can see, look, webhook kicked off. Hey, that's awesome. All right. So we've got the webhook syncing. Again, do you need that? Not necessarily, but okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pop a picture in the logo here. I'm going to hide my screen for a second because I'm not sure if I'm allowed to show something. Let's have my logo. And then let's call this, of course, the Papa Fam. Okay. And then continue. And now you can see organizations. If we go over here, boom, organization, Papa Fam, done. Okay. Now we have a slight hiccup here where it's not showing me my organization, right? And then when I hit refresh, I got this error. So a few things to note there. So one thing is we can go ahead and do this now. So when I created an organization, it showed me once again to create another organization. In addition, when I refreshed, I then started to render what appeared to be the dashboard, and I instead saw the following error. So in this case, we can pop this in here, and I'm breaking my own rule here because we should actually restart a new thing, context window. But in this case, let's just pop that in for now and just get it moving. And this is why you always need to test, guys. Truth, right? You always have to make sure you're testing in. So no active organization. So it never actually set the active organization once it created it. That was the problem. So it showed me once again to create another organization. In addition, when I refreshed, it then started to render. There you go. Cool. And it's thinking with extra high effort. And again, this entire build, I've been on extra high effort, which is quite fascinating considering I've literally only used 3%. Wild. Actually so impressive, right? Now what I'm going to do to keep things a bit easy is I'm going to stick this. No, that's a bit hard to see, isn't it? Yeah, it's not very nice. I'm going to go ahead and shove that on the side. Let's go ahead and see what it does. Any questions as well? Feel free to ask questions. So NBCH goes, your English is really clean. That's good to talk to AI. It hates Spanish. I see. Yeah, I can imagine. It doesn't pick up things correctly. I think there's a couple of good ones for multilingual people. So maybe Whisperflow apparently is good. Try out Super Whisper, the one I'm using. Very, very awesome, Super Whisper. That's been really, really powerful for me. But obviously, like you said, I speak my English is first language. So a clear bug in a well-known Clerk Convex failure mode. Let me debug it systematically rather than guess at a fix. Okay. So I'll give that a moment to do its thing. And also, while this is happening, what I would recommend is, well, firstly, once we get past this error, we really need to commit. Because remember, we're on a branch at the moment, right? So we don't want to forget that we're on a branch, okay? So I'm going to open this up. Let's just pop this over here so it makes life a bit easier. Okay. So you can see if we go over here. So although we are committing, like you can see, this is not on main, right? So we really should be on main, okay? The error says phase 1, root cause. The error says get all current context through an OAuth from a convex query while dashboard did render. So clerk, the split client sees. So pointing squarely at the convex JWT not carrying the org's claim. Now get org reads the current JWT claims and how the gate on an active org. So this is the problem that we are seeing because so thinking it takes me a while to hope until makes most faster. Yeah, it's true, dude. This is the problem when you try and have that convex sync layer. I'm not a huge fan of having this convex sync layer with the organization and the users. You see what was happening when we like here we're syncing like with the organization. Now there is a benefit to doing this because you can have references and basically have that ability to basically get the data. So yes, it's good. That means you don't have to like kind of hit up Clerk every time, but at the same time, we have to make sure it's configured right. So right now, for example, you can see it only has the following claims. So chances are it doesn't include the organization context inside of the JWT token. So I guess I reckon that's what's actually happened here. So if we were to look at this and we try and beat it to it, I can show you. Yep, there you go. the convex, and that's crazy. Like, the convex JWT only emits AOD, no org ID. A custom Clerk JWT replaces the default session token, so org context is stripped. So in this case, 2 fixes: add org claims to JWT template, and B, gate the dashboard layout on active org so the no org shows a create select screen instead of crashing. Okay, so so in this case, let's go to our sessions. We do that by going sessions, JWT templates. Now we've got this one here. Click it, go down, and you see AUD convex. So we actually just want to include a couple of things here: org ID, org row, and so forth. Okay, so in this case, it's starting to do that itself. I wonder if it can actually change our JWT token on its own. I don't think it can, but it's probably proceeding with B at the moment. But typically, yeah, we just need to add in the org ID. But you can see we can get a few things. We can get org row, org name, org slug, org has image, all of this stuff. So implement phase 4, implement, patch the convex JWT template, carry the org claims, and let's see if it can actually do that. I'm curious. If it can do that, I'll be well impressed, because that's actually quite cool that it could do that. So it's trying to do a patch call. Interesting. Let's do Control O. Patch failed or patch applied. Okay, let's see. Wow, it did do that from the CLI. Verify template claims now. Yeah, it did do that. So if we refresh. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Clerk CLI, a stat. That's very nice. So it can actually update there. Very, very nice. So it actually found the bug, and this is why it's just game-changing stuff that we're dealing with, right? With the CLIs and the MCPs kind of working with our agents, because they get full access to the actual backend that we're using. Very, very nice. All right, so in this case, came back. We've also added in a gate to the front. So if that does happen, it will catch us up, okay? So localhost 3000. Now, if we hit a refresh, no active organization. Now, this is probably because our JWT is... So a JWT, the way it works is once it's served to you, it's not going to go ahead and until it expires, go ahead and basically give you another one. So for the cookie, we have to clear our cookies for this site. There you go. So in order to really test this one now, you have to clear your cookies and basically go ahead and do it again. So I'm going to continue with Google, Sunny, and now the JWT token should have the correct privileges. Oh, okay. So we're still not getting this, which means likely one thing is happening. So I did do a login. Let's see again. So, so we're still getting the same issue, but again, we're getting closer to figuring out, because that is actually a pretty good fix that we saw. Okay. So Mustafa says, that's neat work, man. Being able to access all those external services and having to implement on insert directly has been a game changer. Yeah, absolutely awesome. Okay, so it's committing the changes, but I do want to check one thing. So I'm saying still 2 fixes, cleared the cache and sign out and sign back in. A plain refresh may cause it to reuse. So cleared the cache and logged back in and got this. And let's go ahead and give it a check. So it could be what it said here. So like patching since organization settings. So you can actually patch the organization settings as well. Wow, it's very cool. Clerk hashes the convex template token 1 hour lifetime. See? So it would be a 1 hour lifetime. So it may be reusing it. So your current session still holds the old token without the org ID. And we weren't able to actually sign out. We just kind of cleared the token. So, I mean, that should have done it, but it could be returning a cached one. So we have to see. But it's crazy because behind this, we have a full B2B AI multi-tenant SaaS app with real-time multiplayer editing. It's wild. Like that actually is sitting there right behind it. I'm confident of it. It's pretty crazy. And we're pretty good on time as well. So I'm not sure on how we can see the reasoning or the visibility. No, which one is it? I haven't done it for a while in here. It's / visibility, no reasoning. Something about the how can I see the bloody color? You guys probably know this as well. I just switch IDEs so much I forgot which one it is. No. Anyway, we'll come to it. Still failing. Now stack shows it's coming from dashboard layout line fitting the dashboard branch, meaning the server side gate passed. Well, should org is active, yet the convex token still holds no org. So major which isn't reaching the token convex actually receives per the no, but that's because of this likely clerk org ID slug creation time. Maybe are we storing a no? And this is memberships org admin. Okay. What token does Convex provide a clerk send and what actually is in it? Let me read the client setup on Convex. Anyway, this will basically like kind of derive its answer from doing a bit of debugging here. Chances are it's pretty simple, to be fair. Really, this is because you won't actually experience this issue if you don't do the sync layer. So if you don't have the sync layer, which you could avoid, you don't actually need to have this entire sync layer. But yeah, right now we're kind of letting it happen. So let's see what this is doing. So we dived into it, called by the client, code frame use group, no active organization. The only thing is when I'm live streaming this stuff, you have to be so patient with it. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, let's give it a second. Once that's done, we also need to merge in. So that's another thing. So let's go back over here. Let's have a look. Okay, this is a smoking gun. Convex providable clerk has 2 modes. If session AUD is convex, get the token skip. Default session no template. Otherwise, it returns if your default session already has AUD convex. Convex gets the default session. My patch is ignored. That would re-explain why relogin changed nothing. I need to ground truth on what actually is in each token. I meant via the Clerk JWT code. No need for you to do anything. Crazy. That's very cool. It can create its own little token. Okay, so in this case, let's have a look at what it's doing. So control. So it minted 2 tokens. At least one was provided. We have 2 sessions, last active org. Okay, status active. So it has got active session found with active org. Now mint both token types for that session and decode. They claim to see exactly what Convex receives. So now we can see org ID, org row, org slug. So we can actually see everything in there. So this is correct now. We do actually have the org ID. If chances are it's either the way it's probably accessing it. If that's spot on, I'll be blown away. Like honestly, it's pretty crazy. You spend so much time with this, you kind of guess what it's going to do. So we can see the user. The template token is now correct. My patch brought up for the template path, but the default token mint return which is suspicious since you reloaded and it's still fair. The app is like the default token path, meaning the template is never used. Let me see the raw default response and confirm which path is active. Default token just needs a JSON body for the content type reminting. Unless I haven't cleared my cache correctly. Okay, so you see, look, that one is nested in O. So O ID, O row, O slug. That's probably what it is, I believe. Let's see. Whereas versus the previous example was flat. Okay, definitively identified the token, which means that we use, carries the org under the A compact claim. Clerk's v2 format has no top level, meanwhile get context read identity org, which doesn't exist. My JWT was irrelevant because the template path is never taken. And the only, how does Convex get user identity surface that org claim? Let me check the authority of user, I guess. Cool, that's very nice breakdown. So yeah, it was nested inside of O. So you had like the JWT token, and then inside of it you had the O. So look, this is what it was checking for, and it was flat, and that's incorrect because when it tries to access it, it's actually nested inside of the O part. Where is it? Basically, yeah, it's inside. So here you see clerk identity. So yeah, this is actually manually typed. So you can see like auth.ts. These are our own manual types. Clerk identity. This is how you actually do it. It's correct. And then we should be checking if it's inside there. I mean, they're checking both. So they're checking org ID and O ID. So just to be extra safe, but now it's pushed the convex functions. Now if we hit a refresh, it checks that. There you go. That was pretty awesome seeing that live. That was actually quite awesome seeing like the whole breakdown and then the refresh when it deployed. Like as soon as I hit convex function check, then it was able to find that I was in there. Welcome to your first workspace. Create a page or command K search. Oh wow, we even got search. Nice. Create a page. Let's create a page. Cool. Okay, I created a page. I've got a little error here. Yeah, I guess minor, very small. We've got online now and this user, whoever that is. Okay. Titled. Let's do something like hello world. AI is a paid feature. / heading. Oh, okay, that's nice. In this case, let's say / h1. Hello world. Let's get rid of that. Oh, nice. Look at that. We have edit with AI. Okay. This is dope. Okay. And now if we want to upgrade, so firstly, I just want to throw this in to fix that. So boom. Let's do a, I can actually do another agent off the back of this. So everything's committed to refresh page. So before I kill this agent, I'm going to say commit, push and merge to main. So typically I would do a code review, by the way. So I wouldn't actually merge that in. I would actually do, create a PR, do a code review on the PR, and then I would be really like, it would definitely find something usually, and then I would go ahead and push that in. So typically the case, right? That's what I would actually do. But right now we're in the demo. We've been a bit distracted today. It's okay. Okay. And then we can pass this little error in. And again, like this error, like the small one, do we really need to use, you know, Ultracode 4.8 and so forth? Not really. We can use Composer 2.5 for that. It really is very minor. But while it's doing this, I'm going to let it just do its thing because it's probably going to do a little merge right now, and then I don't want it to screw something up. So I need a single revision, pushing the branch, then merging into main and pushing. And I'm doing it on the same branch because it has full context of what changes have been made. So this context is going to help, you know, resolve any issues without having to have a fresh instance, do a bunch of research. So I'm doing it here first. Now you'll notice how we went on to main, say create a pull request, blah, blah, blah. No, so we've done that already. So it's gone ahead and pushed it. And now we should be on main. There we go. And you can see, look, there's the work. So this is the branch that we spun off on, came up, done all of our stuff, merged back in. That's the typical flow that you want to be doing, right? Except obviously do a pull request instead and review it, right? So very nice, cool. And that's awesome. Everything is done, amazing stuff. Okay, that's cool. So now we can test out a few of the fun parts. So I'd rather do something like this now. So why is this freaking out? Okay, so, oh, that obviously is, wait, what? I need to do a git pull maybe? No, what? Wait, git pull. Okay, and Let's go ahead and kill this one. pm dev. Okay, here we have it. Yeah, that's strange. I click into this. Firstly, no pages inside. So if I do a / page, okay, so we don't have pages nested. Again, we can add that in if we want, but if we create another one, so there's no actual kind of add to favorites, new, remove trash. If I create a new, it's creating a nested page, but these aren't actually the page structure I'm saying. We should be able to have that / page and the kind of emoji here. Okay, that's still kind of nice. How do you change the heading? Hello. If we were to rename, I guess, rename. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you can do it this way, but obviously, ideally, you would want to tap on it. That's not the end of the world, to be honest, because we could actually just make it like you can just click on this and change it. But that's still the fact that we've done that is quite nice. Main thing I want to do is a couple of fixes. So this one, for example, and I'll show you now how I would typically approach this. So inside of here, we can go into, for example, composer 2.5. Bam, just passed it in, say fix. Forget about it, come back, or we can just do Command D or stay in the agents window. Typically is what I'd be doing, and that can begin to typically find out the issue. So issue is button with render, expects native, which render is native button. So you just can go ahead and fix that, and there you go, it's gone. Right, very simple. And now you can see that the user, that is us, online now. The wrapping isn't very good, but again, we can even like the name and the rendering here, we should be having R, okay, kind of user icon, I guess. But let's do an upgrade plan, right? So upgrade plan, you can see the billing page pops up. This is the pricing card component, right? And right now, is it the nicest? No, Clerk have a nicer thing that we can do here. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and do Pro. So let's do Pro, for example, and you can see that we get the checkout flow. All of this is Stripe, Clerk billing. Pay with the test card. Go ahead and do this right now. Payment is successful, boom. And you can see we have our workspace, we have this, we are inside. I don't know why this is showing too, but we need to fix that, right? When it comes to managing the organization, we don't actually have the organization. Oh no, we do have it here. So manage. So if I want to invite members, I can actually invite someone. So I can actually literally go and invite someone over to this organization and they can basically test it out. So if I was to invite my other accounts, team@properreact.com, and I can say like row or admin. So in this case, let's just do member. I'm not sure we didn't actually set that up, but let's go ahead and invite. This will now send the email invite to me and basically get things up and running. So let's go ahead and do that. And then in the second account over here, I'm actually going to accept that and use it, right? So over here, I'm going to go ahead and basically get into it. So this account is a separate profile, right? So I'm going to open up my email for 2 seconds and actually get that up right now. So give me 1 second. I need to open up my emails. It would have just come in a moment. So where is it? So okay, and where is it? Okay, here it is. So invitation to join. Okay, so I can't really show you this because it's going to show something, but I can kind of show you this part. So the invitation to join, Papa invitation, saying Sang has invited you to join the organization in Potion. So basically it handles the entire email flow. And then I click on accept invite. And then I can open that inside of my developer profile. So I've accepted the invite and here's where I've come, right? Create your account. So I continue with Google. And then I'm going to go ahead and log in with that account. Okay. So I'm going to quickly log into my account now in 1 sec. So let me just go ahead and do that. Okay. And then give me 1 minute. Trust it to log me out when I've literally on stream. But now I've gone ahead and come back in. So you're signing back in. Yep. And we should see in a sec that we go into this. So look, choose an organization, Papa Fam. Yes, join. Just like how Notion would work. We click it, boom. Now I'm in, right? Now, that's actually something we need to fix. So once you've accepted an invite, the typical redirect would take you into your app, but we need to fix that redirect. But now let's say you went back into the app. Typically where it should be going is over here. So it should be taking us straight over to the app. So at this point, they didn't do that for us, but we can fix that. So if I was to go here now, you can see I actually can see the entire workspace, which is correct. Now if I go over to admin, I can see look, members, billing, and all that stuff. If I go on this account, manage, members, I can't invite. Billing, I can't actually change the billing details. So I can actually switch plans, but I can't change the payment methods, for example. So this member has been added as a member, and this is where multi-tenancy comes into play. So another thing to look at, members, 2 of 5 seats used. If I go over here, 2 of 5 seats used, but I can't invite because I'm just a member, not an admin. Now, if I was to go ahead and change this person to an admin, they would get upgraded privileges. And now, for example, it kind of freaked out. I didn't synchronize the thing. Okay, so that's something to actually factor in. So you see that the member now, if we were to do that. So when we change the role, we should actually have the webhook respond to that. So if you want to handle that, you can handle that, but I'm not going to cover that exactly today. But yeah, that's something to actually factor in. If I do Command K, hello, you can see I get all of the documents. I can click in, I can search. Cool. And I can actually see both. So if I'm going ahead and typing in, hi, this is super cool. See how it's real time? That is awesome, right? I can go ahead and do italic from this side, and you see how that actually works. This is well done. And it doesn't break. That's amazing, right? So this is working pretty cool. Let's add a picture in. Let's see if that works. So if I do the Notion clone image. So right now, let's quickly pop that in. And look at that. Hey, okay. Very nice. So let's go ahead and say like Notion clone being built. Cool. We can change the cover image here. I want to do the AI now. So let's go over to this account. Let's do Ask AI. So we've firstly got a chat agent over here that pops up. Now we can, update this UI to make it look a bit nicer. But if I type in, for example, like list my docs, let's see what it can do. Okay. So firstly, list my docs. Can it do anything? Is the first question. So right now we get a slight issue. This is actually not the one that I wanted. So hello. So we're getting an issue, no active organization. So when I chat to the agent, no active organization error. Okay. So let's exit this and let's do a clear to clear the cache, right? No, clear the cache, not clear the context window. When I chat to agent, I get this. Chat to agent in Potion, I get this, and then I can paste in that. Okay, so there's likely the same issue. It's just the selectors need to be changed up. But already very clean. Now the UI is not super good. This sidebar is not responsive. We can fix that very easily. These are all fixable things. Like even this up here. See how that didn't kind of resize well? Why do we have another one here? Like it's similar things like this, like 3EO, 3EO. So a few things like this where we can go ahead and change. So even this right here. What I do is I highlight this and I can say, so over here, we can do a new one. Oops. I can do a new agent. I can say paste in. 1 second, I need to do paste in like this. And I can say, so we only actually have 2 members inside of the organization, but yet I see 3 avatars here. In addition, I should not be seeing the user ID. I should be seeing a friendly user name. Plus the image should ideally be the image of the user logged in or their user's actual image from their clerk. So if I have 2 people, I should see each of their appropriate images. Yeah, so again, like fuzzy, right? You can do plan mode for that. You can do whatever you want, right? But again, I'm just going to throw composer over there to fix that one. And again, like the dangerous thing is I know that these 2 aren't going to clash, but typically if these were doing, if I needed it to be in a separate branch, I would maybe go ahead and do, right now it's not showing me the option, but if I was in the agents window, maybe kick up a different work tree for each one, right? And then merge in and so forth, right? Looks clean. Yeah, it definitely does look clean. Okay, I'm gonna make this a bit bigger. Investigate the AI avatar presence UI. Find out where the org members are. Did you try React Grab? It's more easier than a screenshot for debugging. Probably. Actually, I'll mess around with actually React Grab, and you can see like even this. Look at this, very cool. So we can actually grab the different components here. Speaking of grab, and here we can go ahead and do, for example, ask edit with AI. Oh, this is cool. Look at that. Improve writing, fix spelling, translate into Spanish. Let's just try. And again, that will fail likely. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, wrong there. Oops, something failed. But it did try to do it. So in this case, you can see cannot read properties undefined system prompt. So chances are GPT 4.1 is not actually the thing we want to use. But also we can go through each of these errors. But again, this is why smoke testing is very important, right? Also, look at that. Nice. So they fixed it. Composer managed to fix that by finding out if we had an image available. So otherwise it would just show SS, for example. So in this case, that's great. If I go over here, you can see, look, oh, but then I should show my image, I guess. So Sunny Sangha for both accounts. I guess both accounts are literally called Sunny Sangha. That's the problem. If I go to manage account, Sunny Sangha update profile, let's give this one an image. So let's go ahead and give this one I'm just gonna give this like the Notion clone image. So at least it's something. So I updated the profile image. I can't update my name at the moment. So we have to probably update those settings on the back. But for now, I did update that and we can't see if it's not there. So interestingly enough, error user ID mismatch. And this is what you typically, I'd really make sure you go ahead and like get crunch through these. So user ID mismatch, pass that in. I updated my image and got this issue. Come over here, carry on. And again, smoke testing throughout the entire app. Now over here, we see what's going on here. AI Gateway recommends unrelated due to this bug requested while I'm here change. So, wrong query, discussion scheduled. So it reads the meter via the interested terminal ID. Well, okay. Interesting. It's using a check.org scheduled function, but I think that's okay actually. Convex function pushed. So it did push to change. Let's have a look again. So we go here. Okay, so it's doing it. It's thinking. Hello, how can I assist today? List my docs. Let's see. Currently can't list your docs directly. If it's specific, don't mind. Can you see, look at this. Can you see any of my documents in Potion? And this is where we would add in structured tools, calls, that kind of thing. Or use structured output to have widgets and tools and so forth. So here, I'm gonna grab this and showcase what's happening here. So increment usage is also absent grabs. So our usage meter is interesting. So I don't know where we actually have our usage meter, but again, it's definitely using the usage meter somewhere. So it's worth having a look at that. So in this case, okay, it did pull in now. So Composer found the issue. So if I just, okay, there you go. Doc presence now prefers clerk user ID. So that's good. And look, presence is working now. So it actually shows, right? So if I go off this screen now, and you see if I come over here, and let's say I refreshed, you know, kind of, oh no, it did actually do it. It did do it. So over here now, like if I want to see who's online, so it's loading. Hello. Interesting. So, okay, so it did update, but it's just taking a sec. And if I came back to the screen over here, and you can see it does pop in. Okay, so it does work. Obviously, you can iron out some of the kind of quirks. The chat side of things, the tools are not working though. So what we want to do here is Turkey goes, Sunny, I love you. I appreciate you. Love you guys too. Over here, the Convex fix, 87K is not so bad. So request chat message schedules, stream async via context run after. I don't like that. Why? Why does it do that? That's very strange. Why are we using a scheduled function instead of a function synchronously? This is very strange. Yeah. And then in addition, our agent needs to be more smarter and have tools so it can actually do things for us, such as modify documents, create documents, list out our documents, and we should render these as widgets inside of the chat view. Also, oh no, it's fine. Yeah. So this one here, I'm gonna say, oh no, yeah. So here, I'm gonna say, create a workflow. Let's try this out. Create a workflow to solve this. Okay, so I'm gonna kick up a workflow for that one. Right, let's just have a bit of fun here. All right, so that's happening. And now in the meantime, while that's going ahead and doing that, I want to do another thing here with regards to, let's just check if this is happening. So if I do ask AI to improve writing, let's see. So cannot read property of undefined system prompt. Right, so let's try and see if this can figure that one out. So, and then what I like to do is give it a bit of an insight here, improve writing. So something like this. So improve writing, pass it in. When I try improve writing, I get this error. And you can see now, like, it's a bit of smoke testing. And again, this is kind of far-fetched that we're running through it quite quick, but you can see, like, this is one of the many ways in which you can add features. Obviously, like, now I'm kind of flying through it, just fixing out things. But if I want to have a look at the code, Command D, Command I, hide that, jump into the API route. And the first thing I want to check is also, I saw we used 4.1. I don't like that because firstly, why are we using that? Go here, let's do, we can see a ton of models. So GPT 5.5 nano or 5, let's see, 5.5, 5.4 nano mini. Just for now, maybe we just put a good model in, but I think nano mini should do the trick. I can't remember if mini is better than nano or whatnot. But let's just, you know what, screw it. Let's just stick 5.5 in for now. Okay, for now. Did we have 5.5 mini? I don't think we do. 5.4. We don't need 5. That's overkill. 5.3. One of these is bad at tool calls. Mini is better. Thank you, dude. I was hoping someone said it. Jane, I appreciate you. So OpenAI, and then what we'll do is do that /, and then we can see we have another one here, GPT 4.0 mini, 5.4 mini. Pop it there as well, right? So appreciate you, dude. Going back over here, we can see, let's see what our other agent is doing. Command D, come back over. Undefined when improving writing flow. So let that do its thing. Come over here, create a synchronizing flow. So this is going to go ahead and figure out a workflow. This is now, let's have a look what this is doing. BlockNote server external packages ship with a top level use client directive, even though the exports to server utilities without externalizing Next.js wraps them in client references stubs and AI documents. So it's undefined in route handlers. Interesting. That's actually external in server build. Okay, that's new to me. I haven't actually come across that before, but let's see. So it's trying to build. Obviously, it's not going to work because we have one running, but that was for improve writing. So let's have a look. Improve writing. Oh, is it trying to? Hate it when it fights you for that. Yeah, it fought me for it and took over the thing. So your agent tends to do that. They'd be good, especially with the context room. Yeah. So we're running on 3001. Oh, come on. Kill your terminal. Stop. 3000. There we go. Right, we're back. So back on it. And then also look at this, by the way. While that's happening in the background, we can go to /workflows and see what's going on here. Look at this, look at that. So understand what the problem is. It's spun up 5. It's going to design a solution, and then it's going to blueprint and review. Okay, so let's let that do its thing. So it's going to do 4 Haiku 4.5s to do our understanding flow, which is very good, by the way. This is a very good model selection. And then agent lib for 4.8. Yes, we want that to be the case. Okay, that's actually awesome. Very good. Okay, now here, improve writing. Let's give it a chance now. Let's see over here. Oh, look at that. Yo, that is sick. Oh my God. That is sick. Holy revert. Oh my God. Okay, let's do a little story time here. So firstly, we had a little error, but let's just say AI, can we ask AI, write a short story. I did not expect it to be that nice in it. Oh my God, this is crazy. Holy. Guys, come on. That's pretty sick. Okay, so let's accept that change. And then let's say, for example, make the start more intense. Okay. Look, yo, come on. Like that, the way it's presenting that to me is incredible. Like that is so nice. Wow. Okay, let's refresh this one and let's see what happens. So right now, this is super cool. Well done. Is this on the right thing? Is this even loading? Okay, so let's do accept. And now I'm in hello 1, 2, 3. Let's go over here. Is this synchronizing? I'm not sure. So on this page. So this is strange. So if I go out of this, back into this, I have a feeling it was cached. What's going on here? So let's completely. So when I did this, if I type in hello 1, 2, 3. Interesting. Okay, so this one right here is completely like, it seems to be disconnected or something. So issues, let's have a look. So we've got a bit of a strange issue here. So let's find that, because this is likely an issue, but that was pretty damn insane, right? Marine from Texas, yo, what's good, dude? He goes, what's going on, Sunny and everyone? Opus 4.8 already, my guy. Absolutely, dude. You know, we don't waste time here. Very, very cool. But that was just a sick execution of that one. Like, firstly, just to show anyone who's come in, like translate to Spanish, maybe. I just want to see something. Oh my God. So does someone speak Spanish? Can you just like validate if that's correct? Like, that's crazy. That's so cool how it does it. Like, it's the way it's streaming in as well. Like, yo, sick. Okay. And also in the meantime, so on the back with our AI chat, let's have a look. So again, this is not nice. Whoa. Okay, we need to fix that. Likely the streaming issue that we're getting. Yeah, definitely likely this. To be honest with you, I don't know if we should maybe have Composer 2.5 look at this bit, but let's see if we can do it. And in the meantime, over here, we can see how this workflow is doing. Look, so our workflow on the left had 5 agents spin up. It created, now it's doing a design. So design is scheduling. We have tools and we have the design widgets. And then we have the blueprint kicking off. I read Spanish and that was spot on. Yo, I read Spanish, right? And that was spot on. Yo, that's so sick. Holy crap. Nice, dude. Let's see what Composer 2.5 saying. And by the way, guys, the entire build so far, right? We are at 4% of my weekly limit. Like, I'm telling you now, I am so impressed. I am like blown away with the workflows and the Ultracode side of things. I'm going to be using this so much. Like, by next week, you guys, I will be a pro at using this. I can promise you that. And look, it did decide to use Sonnet 4.6 for the blueprint. Interesting. Let's have a look at the code that it actually changed. So it's actually starting to change some of this. Oh no, this is our stuff. So I don't think it's actually changed anything over there. Yeah. But absolutely crazy. That's so cool. Okay. So I want to see, so records, this could be a bit in the trenches for this right now to fix, but because I don't want it to like slop a fix together as well. That's the danger as well. So patching, no, you see, look, requires patching Excel agent to generate suggestion IDs using PnPm patch. No, we don't want to do that. No. So this is where it can get very kind of messy. So two things. We want to make sure. Did it edit any files? So root cause and multi-use clients. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually spin up another composer. So Command T, Command B, Claude. You can see that I've got double one over here. I've got another Claude over here. Let's do a paste in that. And I'm going to say paste in that. And we're going to go ahead and show the change that it did. So this one as well. I'm going to go and pop in and say, what effort are we on right now? High effort. Okay, so fix this properly. So we could do it two ways. We can say effort. I'll stick it on Ultracode. Switch to extra high, cache for the current so it's full switch. Yes, that's fine. In the beginning. Cool. Continue. Okay, back over here now. Let's see what's going on. So this is now deciding to, it's still working, yeah, 64. Yeah. And let's not let this continue to do what it's doing. So again, prime example of when the second you start seeing patching a dependency, like a module dependency, you want to pull back a little bit because, yeah, you don't want to go too screaming gung-ho with that. Composer can start doing some damage with that level of stuff. At that point, for me, it needs a frontier model if you're getting into the roots like that. Okay, but Composer can do a lot of things, other stuff, like very good. Okay, so let's see. Do you want to proceed? Yes, no, let's go again. So at this point, I'm going to switch to auto mode. But this is very cool that now the blueprint is done and it's going to do a review. Okay, investigate why agent generation is scheduled. So now it's going to basically figure out why did we do scheduling before? What's the approach now moving forward? How are we going to approach widgets, right? Both server entry files carry a user client. That's the root cause. Let me confirm the directed placement and AI coding is genuinely exploit that. Isn't initializing on the turbo pack. That package actual export structure and why server isn't resolving it. Let me gather evidence. So yeah, this is where I would recommend you need to probably dive into Opus. I wouldn't trust Composer to get that one right, in my opinion. GPT 5.5 could probably do pretty good here, but again, for me, if you want my honest opinion, I'm going Opus with this kind of level of difficulty. Now it's doing a review. Okay. That's quite cool as well. We can actually show the command conversation. Okay, I like that. Let's walk. Root cause is firmly established. Let me say it before touching a fix. Root cause is that it begins with the top level use client directive, imports it, React server compiler treats the whole module as a client module and replaces every export with a client reference proxy. It's proxy narration. The only question is exactly how 16 handles externalizing. Verify the right approach. Repo wires the package on the client. Okay, let's leave that, do its thing. We'll come back to this as well. Okay, but while that's happening, we can continue on testing a few things. So we showed that the search works pretty nicely. Again, like when these issues, we can pretty much fix them pretty easily. Go over here. Let's see the trash. So if I was to go ahead and delete this, move to trash, cool. Go to the trash, we can see, look, we've got this here, soft delete. Restore documents you removed, trash items are kept, never permanently deleted. So you can do it possibly like removed in 30 days and then have a cron job for 30 days removal. But overall, just from this alone is very, very nice. So I wonder as well, does it support inline images? So image, so let's see, image, upload, embed. Let's do an upload and let's just check, does it actually upload and save this? So if I do, for example, a Notion like image. So I've got an image here, hello 123. Let's see how this is handled. So firstly, we have this, which is very nice. We can see replace image. We can do align center. We can edit with AI. Wow, okay, edit with AI. Wonder if we could do that. I don't think we can actually, I don't think I've implemented that part yet, but that would be cool. And then even stuff like this, like delete colors. Look at this, red background, like just like Notion has it. Oh, it's cool. All right. And then I want to go out of it, come back. Is it still there? No. So right now, the reason why this is broken is because of the other issue, this right here. So we have a sync issue, which is what Claude is trying to fix. Yeah, so that's actually a big issue that we're trying to resolve now. So this is now done. Come back to the workflows. We can see that it's going to come back to our primary agent. While meanwhile, this one, research and workflow, will notify me when it's complete. Workflows, let's have a look. Workflows. So look at this one, spun off 3 repo usage, as well as BlockNote docs and Next.js turbo pack. Come on back over here. So we're now at 5% weekly usage. Again, I'm not even worried, like genuinely, absolutely fine. This is a thorough, well-grounded blueprint. The crux is the flagged auth in scheduled action risk whether the existing search docs create. Okay. And to be honest, it's very clear from seeing the way that this is being used and kind of as we use it, the goal of this is really, you're not sitting here waiting for this stuff. Like if you use a workflow, you're more likely to be trying to solve a big problem. Like would I use it again for like these small, I can say small, but like, is it overkill for the small stuff? Yeah, probably is. Like I would say more so if you want to be super thorough, go for it. But absolutely he's going to spend more tokens by doing it this way. But does that mean, I mean, if the output is consistently high, I would probably still maybe stick with this, especially with things where I'm like not 100% certain if we can get to the fix. So I've been spending ages on it and so forth. So look, keep it synchronous is literally impossible with 3 independent complex constraints contained. Okay. Runtime split, workspace and agent, mutations can't fetch your code. Okay. That's fine. The reply isn't return a send message, it streams back out. Okay. Edit power. So how much edit power should the agent's modify document tool have? Append and replace, append, replace with confirm. So let's see, capable and safe. Capable, true modifying, replaces destructive, no undo. Only runs after you click confirm. That's quite cool. Okay. So append and confirm step. Widgets, a tool widgets dispatcher. So switches on get tool name, document card, click, okay, what's this? And per tool widgets, agent chat, verify. Okay, so these are widgets that are going to be inside as well, which is quite nice. Let's go back here, let's have a look. So this is now done, go back out of that. And then it summarizes the workflow. This is very cool. I quite like this workflows thing that's going on right now. It's going to be interesting to see how every single major provider has their own approach to this, but so far kudos to Claude, like with workflows and Ultracode effort level, it's pretty damn impressive. Let me know your thoughts in the chat as well. Like I'm super curious what you guys think about this. Like your experience has been with me literally today as well, and it might seem like, you know, like very simple what we built here, but it's really not. Like I can stress to you in this, we have a multi-tenancy B2B AI SaaS, like meaning we have billing here. So it's just when I say these words, like it sounds so like spammy because you probably hear it all over the place right now, but it's just so true. What we just built is incredible. Like we go to billing now, look, true billing, like this is live right now. The organization, Papa Fam. Click into the Papa Fam subscription. You can see everything going through it. Go to organizations. We can see Papa Fam organization. Click into that. We have 2 members, right? In this case, we've got a member here. We've got a member with different role-based things, right? So you got that member and admin here as well. You got the invitation flow, accepted invitations, subscriptions, everything handled, right? So this is pretty damn powerful. That's pretty damn awesome. Okay. J-Nate says, I'm a Codex guy, but Opus is actually good. Yeah, dude, 100%. Also, welcome, Papa Fam OG member. I think you just joined, I believe, because I can see it pops up now with the members badge. Appreciate that. I'm not sure if that was now or before. Such an awesome model. Vibe Salma says, yeah, really, really has been pretty awesome today. So this is going to go ahead and continue to Control O. Let's see what this is. Reading files, tools, agent chat documents. So it's very thorough is one thing I've noticed as well. So, oh, okay, we've got an issue here. This is a server-side issue. Use temporary. Try again in a moment. Okay, so interesting. Try again. So it looked like our dynamic workflow failed with Claude. Let's see. All systems seem to be up on Claude. Interesting. Okay, now it's back. Before, happy to join the fam. I am. Amazing stuff, dude. It's weird. I don't know why it didn't show up. Now your name is glowing. So like I can see in the chat, your name is glowing. Yeah, amazing stuff, dude. Self-contained doesn't join, so let that do its thing. This song is when I bought my first Tesla. Wow, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and switch the music for a sec. 1 minute. So let's put something a bit exciting on. Crazy part is, right, it's typically I kind of call the mark around 3.5 hours, but I'm so invested in what we're doing right now. I really don't care about the time. So you guys have me for longer today. It's absolutely cool. Let's go out of this. Now, true transparency. How does Sunny work? How do I do my typical dev flow? Typically, I mean, after today with this, I probably will use a bit more Claude Code terminals, but my go-to workflow, because I'm usually doing other stuff, not just coding, I'm like business stuff like I have to handle, as well as like a few other ventures we do. So typically I'll have the Claude desktop app, the Codex desktop app open with different agents. I can see the status of each one and so forth, because it's easy to see when agents finish and need your attention and so forth. And then I will have cursor open somewhere so I can always kind of visually check what's going on. All of these things pretty much, that's typically what I would have. And I have two Apple XDRs in vertical, and I have the Studio XDR in front of me in horizontal, and then a laptop. And that is for me the ultimate setup, because I can see everything that I need to see. And do you need that? No, absolutely no. Like you don't need that. But for me, I'm sitting here all day long, every day. I use this for everything. So it's definitely a huge thing. So let's see if I ship a feature before the end of the stream. Yeah, dude, amazing stuff. How do you manage? How do you manage your developer and life balance? How much time do you spend a day? It's a good question. So while, I mean, it's fun because you guys get to ask more questions because we're just waiting for this to kind of tomfoolering around, right? So how do you manage your development, like your basically your work-life balance, and how much time do you spend working a day? I'll be honest with you, I spend like a crazy amount of time working. Most of my time in every single day, all my friends know this, like my friend circle is about this life as well. I'm constantly working. Truth be told, like I swear to God, I literally feel like all I do is work. But I love it, and that's why I designed my life in this way. And I have an incredible team. I have incredible people around me. My friend circle all do the same thing. We all build businesses and we grow stuff. So for me, it doesn't feel like I'm working. It just feels like that's what I should be doing. And I love what I do. So I never really feel like I'm tired of what I'm doing and so forth. YouTube production can get very tiring, yes, like it can. But actual coding and working, oh, I love it. I could spend forever doing this. So yeah, definitely something to almost connect. Ah, interesting. So this is frustrating. Why it does that? What's the GitHub repo? Is it public or private? I appreciate you, and sorry. It's actually public. It's up right now on my GitHub. So if you just go to Sunny Sanga, my profile, you'll see it. Okay, so right now they are patching. Okay. Interesting. I mean, look, let's try a patch. I've done it. Okay, what is a patch? Patch is effectively when you're patching a dependency because there's a certain issue, and AI can typically find this like quite a bit. Like it can go through the dependencies and actually find, and the reason why I stand by it with patches is because you still can actually solve things pretty well. I've ran into this recently with the Expo app that I was building where I needed to do something on stream. No, not stream. I need to do something on my app that wasn't supported because of the combination of the tech stack that I was working with. So I patched the native dependency and I pinned it. So we have to update it only when I want to update it. So yeah, a patch can be done and it can be something which is correctly used. But just know that try to fix it other ways before you think about a patch, right? So, okay, so this is building out. So we can see Khalil says, King of Vibe Coders. I appreciate you, dude. I hope it's in a good way. But yeah, definitely. The thing is, vibe coding. Yeah, we don't like to call it vibe coding. I love Mustafa's comment. Yeah, it's more coding with AI because yes, it's not really vibe. Vibe coding assumes you don't know what you're building. Like I can run through every line of code right now and pretty much explain everything to you. But yeah, like that's the difference. Vibe coding is when you have no idea what's under the hood. That's two different things. So Vibe Salma says, what a man you are. I appreciate you, dude. Awesome. Thanks for sharing you. Assisted coding because we managed and tell the idol to exactly. Like we are always steering. Like there's not a single moment where I'm blind here. Like we typically know what the hell is going on, and what is being worked on. Okay, so this is doing our document agent, our agent edit. So very shortly we should have widgets. We should have our edit ability for our agent. So our AI agent is now a functional AI agent. And then we should have the fix with our synchronization there, which is actually a problem right now that we need to solve. Let's see. Auto mode +1. So it's deploying convex functions, writing all 7 widget files now. This is called it's writing 50 lines to, we click into it, I can see the file. A compact inline status code. It's also doing, I've noticed with 4.8, the code is nicer. Like the code quality I feel right now is pretty damn clean. Like I've definitely noticed the difference with 4.8 in terms of code quality, especially with the bugs. The bugs definitely. Like again, you're always gonna have bugs. Like you're always gonna have bugs. You have to smoke test your apps out. Quick water break while that wraps up. Okay. Super interesting to see how it solves this one, to be fair. What is happening over on Arc? Reload site, okay. Why is this freaking out? Okay, so hello 1, 2, 3. Again, we're getting a freak out here. This wasn't breaking before. See, dangerous thing is that I did change one thing with, I'm really hoping it wasn't something to do with this. I don't think it was. No, I doubt it. But yeah, we need to fix this because this is not ideal in any shape or form. Config updated. Now I'll verify the final state end to end and isolate this and separate report users from the next one. First temporary probe and isolate this. Regenerate the convex API types. Oh, nice. Loads of times. And to be honest with you, things today were a bit more aggressively chaotic than normal because we were doing Ultracode with workflows, which is new. So yeah, there was a lot of changes that had happened. Right now, that is crazy what is happening here. So it looks like, yeah, this one here. Let's remove our verification step. Okay. I wonder what this is trying to do at the moment. So this definitely did some craziness by putting some file in to the mix right now. Yeah, see, it's doing this. It's doing some kind of insane little hack test here. But I don't know what it's trying to do. We have 9 days for service. But the good news is our agent flow for our widgets is working. Vibe Salma says he's an AI engineer. That's what we love tonight. I appreciate you guys. And trust me, I've been coding for like the longest time. It's been crazy. Now we get this privilege of having AI effectively do the hard part, like kind of in a way for us. They verify the create path end to end, no active organization, create a page and confirm this path. So it's going a bit extra right now and basically creating an entire testing flow to basically test out what I needed to do. And it's also in the meantime clashing with this. So 2 things now, to be honest. Compose. This one's gone on a mad tangent to try and fix this one, but we'll see. Verified live in the no-auth context, no active organization, clean, then we run a focus reverse code review and implement it before I call it done. Okay, so let's try something now. Can you see my docs? Let's see. I can access and work from docs, but I can't see them yet until I list or search for them. If you want, I can list all documents. Okay, so let's just say list all documents. Obviously, the system prompt should be updated or list. Okay, nice. That's cool. Hello, 1, 2, 3. And these are all clickable. Yeah, nice. Okay. Shouldn't close the chat though. Right. So that's the first thing. So list all docs. List all my documents. List all my documents. Okay, here your documents, hello 1, 2, 3. Write a story in hello 1, 2, 3. So firstly, we have widgets, which is nice. Found 2 documents. Yes, editing page. Okay, so it found the documents and then couldn't edit page not found. I wrote a story in hello 1, 2, 3. Let's have a look. Again, I have loads of changes in the back and the updating issue is happening, which is an annoying thing. Okay, we screwed something up somewhere. Again, to be honest, I know exactly where we did it. It's when I started the composer quick fixes. I should have tested and really committed at that point, but I didn't. And now we've got this kind of craziness happening here. Only positivity here, guys. So we have a code review happening here as well. So control, you can see right how now we can see create for close screen read thread history. Threads are scoped by user when created. So Convex dev agent component must do its own filtering, but the behavior depends on whether you say internally filters. Fix after getting all context validated. So that's a very good point. That's actually protecting it from doing reading another tenant. So that's hugely a problem. So if you said to the agent, for example, give me all the documents for a very sensitive case in another company, it would have done it. So of course needs to be fixed. BlockNote doc top level should fix both my replace and peer pending. Okay, so that could be an issue actually. So if we type in here, hello. Okay, it could be that empty document. So, 1 minute, let's try something. So if we did the ask AI, improve writing, accept. In the current document, write a story. I don't know if it has context of the current document. For now, I mean, we're just gonna say hello, right? So it's called hello. Again, like this is really like it's just quite stupid right now, but couldn't edit page not found. Found the page and wrote a story in it, but the edit did not apply. Try again. Show me the error. I just want to see something. See again, stuff like this, you should never show that, but false. It doesn't exist when the schema was not applied. Change is not applied. I think it's finding the other issue now. So probe MJS, okay, oops. Right. So this one is now getting caught up with this one. Now calls OpenAI for me, change distribution crash happened before the model was ever called, so it didn't matter, but if you want to hit proper fix, 3 coordinate changes, strips the bogus use line from both dist. That's fixed to effective don't mistake. Okay, been the main thing I actually want to check though is this even updating? So this is dope. Let's try this one. So for example, hello, 1, 2, 3. If I do improve writing here, oh, no, did that do it? Hold on, so improve writing, let's see. This is outstanding. Yeah, okay. So outstanding, blah, 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 reload. Super. Okay, so yeah, no changes are being saved. So it was working before, and then I did something stupid. I ran ahead, which is again, something I'm saying about today. Prime example of what we did wrong today was that, right? So, still get this. And changes aren't being saved. So I screwed something up when I ran ahead. That's the truth. We have widgets working. We do have the pages working. Would I consider this a full build done at the moment? Not necessarily yet, but the more so, again, these builds right now in these live streams are not designed to be like, we're going to build an entire full production, like every single thing ready to go in 4 hours. It's more learning with like how to code the right way with AI. So really what we should be looking for, even things like this, like this needs to be fixed. These are very easy to fix. Like for example, that one I could definitely go ahead and give to Composer, like make this Shadtian sidebar, the sidebar from the Shadtian examples, for example, Command E. So for example, if I was to do that here, use the Shadtian blocks for the sidebars and go ahead and replace our sidebar with a responsive sidebar that works for mobile screens. Then we can go ahead and do that one. So for example, I can spin off because right now this is not responsive at all. Okay. We interrupted this one. So get this error. So this one is still figuring it out. This one started to go down a rabbit hole of looking at the other one. So if we look at Control O, let's have a look here. So But I don't want to, right now we've got two very critical things that are being attacked or like fixed. So we need to fix this one first so we can continue anywhere else. Otherwise it's just not going to work. And this one, frustratingly, is taking long because of Ultracode. Like range error expected value is a different separate bug from the system problem crash I fixed. And it's a client-side prose mirror effect. The API route deletion with, wait a minute, was it this one that I was doing before? Oh God, I think I actually switched halfway through which one was which. Okay, anyway, it's fine. I'm going to find out a proper investigation. Versions didn't resolve via that method. Let me pin them down. Look at the actual deletion. Okay. I wonder if it's also potentially a very small thing that we've done here. So if we go into a new file, like this document here, hello 1 2 3, and then if I refresh, okay, so it looks like it's actually something in here that was breaking. So I reckon I think I know what it is. I have a feeling it's to do with the formatting. It's actually quite an easy thing to fix if I'm given time. But either way, it's fine. So let's say, for example, in here. So if we had AI change in here. So for example, this improve, I say write a story. Let's go ahead and give it a chance once more time, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, accept. Now, if you see, look, it's when AI does a generation that we get that issue. And then it's stuck inside of the state. Okay, so there we go. We figured it out mostly. So we can say, deletion type lives in Excel suggestion system. This is genuinely separate bug spanning the editor of the AI system. Exactly kind of modifier choice found out. Let me investigate. Yeah. So the deletion type lives in Excel AI suggestion system. So the reason is why there's an error now is because Prose Mirror expects certain changes to happen, which is fully supported of that. But that doesn't include the the Excel AI suggestion, which is like an add-on to BlockNote, right? So if it's an add-on to BlockNote, and because it's an add-on to BlockNote, it's not part of the Convex component Prose Mirror's sync logic, which is why that delete and addition kind of stuff that the AI is streaming in is not synchronizing in real time with our backend. And you can see that most likely here as well, like documents. So that synchronization isn't happening here. So if we go to AI usage, no, this one, this count's working. It's likely not getting stashed somewhere. Where is it? Unless it's being saved in files. I just finished the migration to Obsidian. Nice, J8, how'd it go? So the data, AI usage. This is here, Prose Mirror Sync. So it would be inside of wait a minute, why is this switch between components installed in this deployment? Interestingly enough, we don't actually see anything there. Anyway, so let's see. Investigation finding out across suggestions for numeric ID. So look at this, yeah. BlockNote's AI shows edits as suggestion marks, insertion, deletion, each with a numeric ID via track changes mechanism derived around BlockNote's own YJS collaboration. but this app persists via Convex Dev Pros Mirror instead. So if the suggestion ID the source isn't wired into YJS, then you get exactly this ID no validation failure. And the throwing transaction will still use sync. Ah, okay, now it actually makes sense. All right. What design pattern are you using? We're not really using a design pattern right now. We're just kind of like figuring it out. But as in, you can use you can look at inspiration from Dribble, but in this case, we're not actually using it. We're just using shadcn as like components to throw in. This one right here is done. So nice. So now this should have actually fixed one thing for us. So look at that. That's already much better. Let's go. That's a lot cleaner already. And we have this. Oh, that's horrible. So we can fix this. Fix collapsed view. Okay. In addition, J8 says, good, just gave 5.5 low a go, and now all things are present on Obsidian. Nice. Okay. 5.5 low as well. Man, my neck is cracking away. But yeah, Obsidian is pretty awesome as a second brain for this stuff. So let's go to workflows. Let's try one more thing. Once we get past this, we're gonna call it, I think. But see, like web research convex trace, editor sync wiring. So this is handy actually because it's like a tracking of sub agents that gets spawned out. Opus 4.8 is web research. It's definitely a patch. It's now that I understand the issue a bit more, it's a lot more of it's a patch. That's all that needs to happen. Is we just need to patch the pros mirror of logic. But again, now we're customizing it. Is that going to break things? At this point, I would honestly argue that you maybe just build that instead of using the component. You actually build that part yourself, because we can probably easily do that as well with this. To be fair, I probably would do that, but I kind of do want. I just want to get this fixed before so I can show you guys. But it'd be quite cool. Yeah, you see, like it happens every time. So if we go into here, now this will be clean. So like this would be synchronizing perfectly. See that working perfect, right? So all of these things are working perfectly. You can change this up accordingly, make this a heading and so forth. The second we do this is where it's going to happen. That so now when it tries to sync that, bam. Even if we revert now, yeah, see? Because it tried to sync it and then we got an issue. Yeah. Okay, once this is done, we're gonna do a little deep dive into what we did today. But typically, the folder structure is easy. We know how to do this. This is done. Like obviously you can, when it comes to like changing sort of the UI UX flow, you can do that yourself. But typically, if I was to, for example, rename this like hello, let's just type in Papa Farm. Right, see that everything's like starring logic works. Everything is pretty cool like that. This stuff is pretty easy to do. The main thing really is this that I wanted to get working. The Ask AI actually does work, but we just need to upgrade a few things on it, like the ability to write. It can't write right now because whenever it tries to write, it's failing based on this. So this right now is a limitation based on the pros mirror sync component we used. So we go back now. That's now done. So Convex pros mirror collaborative sync. I wonder if someone else has come across this one, so we could do Convex Dev with AI. Oops. I'm just wondering if someone's asked this question. I would probably, in hindsight, not have mixed the two, but we can see, because I really do want this to work. Building, yes. but transforming the document server side, future features, I'll guarantee the AI part. Support syncing widgets token, syncing presence, callback, optimization, sync sound handling. No. It's very good if you don't need to have the AI element. That's cool, by the way. Convex comments. Full featured comments component for Convex with threads, mentions, reactions, and real-time time. That's very cool. I might actually use this for something else. That's quite cool. Jane goes, now this is a software engineer when you actually have to find a fix without trusting. Yeah, 100%. This is software engineering, yeah. Rich finding, but two agents directly contradict each other and think most important about so much ground truth. Yeah, so one is going to be built service schema without the AI extension. Service schema lacks the suggestion marks mismatch. Convex trace claims the opposite. BlockNote deliberately includes the AI marks and is the same config as the editor's terminus. This terminus interface and read extra files. It is now specific non-boss target. Okay. It'd be very cool if we can actually patch this, to be fair. Or, to be fair, I mean, if the BlockNote schema can be... Let's see, it's BlockNote schema, pros mirror sync. Now we're back to the coding days. So, let's see, pros mirror sync. Matches the shape of documents. Pros mirror sync. So this we, okay, that's from the components itself. Pros mirror sync. No. Yeah, see, it's a component. So chances are we're gonna have to either modify this, but then I wonder if we can ID documents. So but maybe with the schema, where is our schema? So documents. I have a feeling perhaps, I'm not sure if it's going to map to this though. Content lives in pros mirror sync. So here, chances are we can maybe reshape this to get to what we need to, but let's see what it figures out. Control O. Strong finds that read the full output and sync. So how many copies of this? So any flag to disabled suggestions. Only one copy of suggest changes ID. Only no or rejected. That means a failure is the numeric ID degrading to no across the JSON sync round trip, not a version skew. That's good. So we can basically just cast it to degrading to no. Extension expose except change rejects. And no apply direct disable flag. Confirming web research. Let me. Okay. Let's give it a sec. This is where I go into like rabbit holes for like hours at a time trying to fix something. But this is interesting because I haven't come across, so I've used Pros Mirror Sync before, but I've never had the AI usage with it. So this XL AI, and this is what gives us that nice streaming in work, you know. Okay, and now the complete grounded truth. So the crash and not saving is BlockNote's AI suggestions are incompatible with your Convex sync backend. Oh, I knew it. Renders every AI that has track changes, suggestion marks, numeric scheme. Okay, so let's see. Apply AI edits directly. Well, yeah, I guess we could do that. More robust. That's way better. I thought we were doing that. Keep the accept reject diff. Oh, I see. The actual accept reject diff was trying to get inside the history. No, we just apply directly. We're gonna have a few dead documents and need to be killed, but the new one shouldn't have the damage. The problem is it will still try and stream it in, I believe. So we might lose our streaming, which was kind of nice. I really like that. I hope not. I think if we can have it so it doesn't sync, I don't think we can do that. Or it's going to be a big hack around. Most of calling this debug after that's what I can't debug. Yeah, we do. We debug a lot. I'm amazed with the retention, guys. Actually incredible. And like I said, like before, this is obviously like going into like niche territory because we're trying to solve this one issue at the moment. But there are a million ways we use this. J&A, I'd love to hear how you're using it as well inside of your business workflow situation. Anyone else, feel free to share that as well now, how you guys are using it. But if you do want to know how I use it day to day, like I said, join our Zero to AI Hero community. Link is in the description down below because we're going to be literally sharing everything that we do because we use it everywhere in so many insane ways. It's unreal. We chose AI, apply AI directly. Okay. So rewrites land as plain text instead with no suggestion marks. That's the robust choice. It's now feature design and build. So let me approach delivery on hacking. What design process will compress it? You've already made the quality first checklist there. One explorer. Okay, this is where it gets frustrating with obviously Ultracode because like if we weren't in Ultracode mode right now, it would just go and start the bloody task. But right now, because we're in Ultra mode, it's going to do the same thing every time. It's going to be extra thorough with it. And it gets kind of frustrating sometimes. First, I need just back. What do I use in my business? Oh, so what do you use your AI like AI? Like for example, OpenClaw, Hermes. We use tons of automations and AN workflows with AI inside of it. We use AI when it comes to running the business in lots of different ways in terms of also coding. So I'm just curious in what the community uses it for. I put the design process once compressed. You made the code, okay. And also like just unbelievable. The 7-day limit is 5%. Like I still can't. Like that is ridiculous. I've been hammering this thing today. Like easily a couple million in context. And nothing. Like if I go to usage, like total cost session, yeah, $14, that's fine. 5%, like 5%? Like are you kidding me for like everything I've done today? Like that's incredible. Like that's really insane. Like yeah, insane. 5% for everything we did today, incredible. And it's definitely been like, shooting crazy amounts for like tokens here, like not being on the conservative side at all. Okay. Using it with Hermes and coding. Yeah, 100% is awesome, dude. I think, to be honest with you, we're so dialed in with OpenClaw that I need to start the migration with Hermes a lot more heavily. I do have 2 Hermes agents, one on a hosting like a server, VPS, and one on the Mac Mini. But obviously, the more you use Hermes, the better it gets. So I need to give a bit more time to that. Explore map server side AI infrastructure done. Come on, I don't even care if it hits 5 hours. I need to get this done. I moved to OpenClaw. I moved off OpenClaw. Hermes is better. Yeah, I've heard it from a lot of people. I've found also that Hermes is a lot more like thorough. It just tends to be less annoying. OpenClaw, it's so frustrating. Like it does incredible things and then it just becomes, and I've done memory upgrades. I've done tons of that stuff. And whereas Hermes just seems to be a lot more on the ball. The problem is when you solve a creative issue with OpenClaw, trying to do the same creative thing from scratch with Hermes is a bit of a pain. So we've got like a ongoing migration where parts are offloaded to OpenClaw, which I don't like. It's kind of doing both. But yeah. Summary for implementation. So we have the crash, 5.5 with Hermes proper clean. Yeah, we're using 5.5 for Hermes and OpenClaw. You're right, Hermes is good. I tried that one. Awesome stuff vibes. So the crash not shaving. So plain text extraction, prose mirror, node construction start, org scoped multi-tenancy. Okay, using new mutation to drive org without trusting the client. Quote. Gate read all apply. Complete amount of facts. Okay. One design for inline structure. Applying the AI as normal block node operations is simpler and preserving formatting better than reconstructing nodes in a server-side transform. Secretly sync safe. Normal block subs have stable string IDs, which is exactly what Prosemira sync is built for. Let me verify the BlockNote client before I propose this. So basically, rather than having what we had before, which was, don't get me wrong, I thought it was incredibly beautiful, like what we saw, where it basically shows the differences and all that stuff. It's really nice, but it would work better if you're not trying to do a row time sync like with the Prosemira fashion. So you could use that, but that's better if you want to have like a save or discard changes flow. So definitely a learning moment because that was awesome. Like I definitely will use that. But if you're trying to have it in a row time with the multiplayer and just be able to sync, yeah, it's a bit of a, it's not ideal. I mean, obviously, unless you want to patch the entire library and get that thing done as well, you can do that, but we're not going to do that today. Okay. After this is done, we're going to wrap things up, but we're pretty close to getting this down. These exists, but you can see how in-depth it is. And this is kind of a deep dive today into this is really like an Opus 4.8 deep dive because you can see how in-depth Ultracode is really doing things. Post design, core shape, remove Excel. Two things I want to call on before writing the spec. Quick question from Jean Govin. Sonny, will you do a course explaining your agent setup and how you're working with agents working autonomously? Dude, 100%. That's what this is for. So Zero to AI Hero, the community, make sure you join this. The link in the description or paparia.com/Zito-form. Jay needs to make that way nice, so I change that if you want. But the link is in the description. But join this. You'll be one of the first to be a part of that community. Yeah. That's where we're basically going to be brain dumping everything because I find that just every day at this rate, something new is happening, something new is changing, something new is developing, and we're learning, and I'm spending like ridiculous hours on this computer, like month on month on month, and I have to share it somewhere. And besides YouTube, which is like live streams, which is why I love this format because I can talk to you guys, the next approach is community course, just like we did for Zero to Full Stack Hero, but in a whole AI deserving space. So yeah, we're definitely going to be pushing inside of there. Why is this waiting for me to do this now? Proposed design, yes. Will it have both Codex and Claude flows inside of? Yeah, 100%. Because I remember I actually used both. 1 second, what is this saying entirely? Remove Excel AI suggestion based small custom AI control. And this makes no sense. Is this stuck or is this 49.2? 1 second, guys. So you picked us. Just continue. Like it didn't even ask me what you want clients with. Just continue with best approach as fast as possible. God, I just want to get it done now because we're live for like 4 hours. All right. So we need for the code. Yeah, no, honestly, 100% I'll have both. Because I use in my day-to-day flow, I'm using Cursor, Codex, plus Claude Code, all a ton. So 100% it will have all of those, as well as there are really good. I mean, it's crazy because every week I find that there's been shifts in what is happening. So if Claude Code got better at doing, or Claude itself got better at doing a certain thing, I decided to shift my workflow to that. And then we found that, okay, actually, this isn't doing a great of a job as before. And then, for example, news and stocks and stuff like that. So I can switch over to Hermes agent and all that stuff. So, hey, Tatiana's in the house. There she is. Lovely lady. So yeah, you guys can yeah, feel free to join in. And as soon as that's done, I promise you, I'm trying my absolute hardest to get that down. The community side of things. This is the only thing I don't like about when we do this approach, is that I have to wait for this to finish, and it's non-deterministic, so I don't know how long it will take. But either way, all right, let's look at the actual thing it's going to do. So that way, even if it doesn't finish it in time, we know what the approach is, we know the kind of thing. Right, I just filled the form. I didn't receive any confirmation email. Is it normal? Neither in spam. Interesting. Okay. You should have got a email, but let me, like, while this is happening, let me just check that out, because I'm pretty sure I can just do one thing to have a look in the back. Okay, so it's actually building in the meantime, so this is good. So you're giving me something to quickly figure out while we do that. So let me see. Form. This is true definition of multitasking. Jean Galvin. No, so we do have you here. Weird that you didn't get an email back though. That's very strange you didn't get a notification. Send a thank you. Did you? Okay, no. So I guess you went through to a thank you page, but no, we definitely got your email, because I can pop your email. Your email, if you don't mind me saying, is jordangalvintest@gmail.com. So I can see it here. Yeah, so it got submitted 2 minutes ago. Yeah, so it's definitely in. Don't worry. Good stuff, dude. But yeah, it's strange that you didn't get an email back. I'll have a look into that, but thanks for bringing it to my attention. Let's see, all APIs confirmed. Let's start with the server route. Let's have a look there for 2 block notes. APIs are using everything. So we're basically making a custom button at the end. I hope I'll receive stuff in the future. Yeah, it's very true, actually. I need to find out why that is the case, because did you receive an email today when I went live? I'm very curious now if that hit you or not. If not, I need to really dive into something and have a look. I'm sure it did, because we sent it out to everyone. But interesting, it didn't actually hit. Okay, that's super interesting. Yeah. Okay, so maybe I need to have a look at why that is the case. Anyway, okay, so I'll keep up now. GPT too much of. And then we should be done for a final demo, and then we are done. All right. What do you think of Opus 4.8 on UI? I haven't actually used it very much in UI, so come back next week and I'll basically have way more experience on it. But 4.7, love it. 4.7 is very good. Again, I find that like you have to switch between like kind of modes with it. Like you have to be like kind of driven to find good design, and then basically export that conversation with the designs, and then go into a coding flow to do it. Trying to get everything in one sitting isn't always the best approach, I find. That's why Claude Design being separate is a good way to work. But yeah, it's just from my experience, that's what I've found. So we basically ripped out the XLAI BlockNote stuff. So yes, it was beautiful. It was very nice how it worked, but it just wasn't the greatest way to use this, like this part here, the edit with AI. So now we're going to have a custom dropdown, which will basically be the way that we're going to do this now. Okay, let me confirm XL is fully unreferenced. Check the Sonos toaster. So and I think that's actually the one that we had. So that's maybe the one that we've actually popped in here. So edit with AI. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Improve writing. So it's doing it. Let's see. Now we have to actually, these are going to be dirty pages. So we have to actually completely eradicate this page. So let's do a refresh. We're going to have to do a cleanup on those pages as well. So if I type in hello, or maybe /AI, or I guess we can't do that now. So we can say hello world. Or if we went and did this, anyway, fix spelling, make short, make longer. So hello world, make longer. Let's see. Simple grading is open. Okay, so you can see it worked. Now, obviously that needs upgrading a bit because edit with AI does work. Fix spelling and grammar. If I was to say if successful, like something like this, basically just screw up a few things. Go ahead and fix this. Let's have a look. Well, so it found those and does it. So it does work. The AI does the work here. So make shorter. So if we want to make this entirely shorter, we can do that. Boom. Okay. And then here as well, if we go ahead and say, for example, edit. Let's just give this one a dummy name. Say, for example, test 1, 2, 3. That's resetting because there's coding happening in the back. What's it called? Edit, test. Okay, you know what? Let's just wait till it's finished. It's going to be super annoying. Okay, edit, test 1, 2, 3. Edit the document test 1, 2, 3 with a short story. I want to see if this is fixed as well. I don't know if this will do it, but test 1, 2, 3. View updated pages, done. I appended my short story to test 1, 2, 3. So view updated page. Hello, 1, 2, 3. No, so I don't know if it did that there or it didn't do it there. The main thing is, okay, that's a separate concern because this one right now, the modification might not be mapped over correctly to what we did over here. But either way, the widgets are done here. The main thing is that we figured out the issue. So it was because of that synchronization error. I mean, I'm glad actually we found out. It's pretty cool. Let's see. Next themes is not installed. Sonar imports themes for it. But improve writing. No, we don't use. Yeah. Okay, and then if we do something like this, I want to see if it doesn't break it. Okay, pretty good. So this will work then. So we know what the issue was then. So it was because of the prose mirror sync with the previous thing. Now for this, it's pretty easy now. We can just basically have it where you can have snap files and send so much in case of the yeah, it's absolutely nuts, dude. Just confirm something, same issue, an email never came. Interesting. But you guys just let me know. You went through to a thank you page, right? So maybe we don't send it. I don't know, but we should be sending you a confirmation. That's crazy. But you went through to a thank you page, I'm assuming. And then jn8@gmail.com. Yeah, we get the thank you page, but no email. Okay, yeah. So you don't get an email afterwards, I believe. So I can see all of you guys in the chat who have signed up. But yeah, very, very strange. I'll have a look at that though, because we should send it. It's a bit weird that we don't. But main thing, right? I want to kind of wrap this one up, but I massively appreciate you guys. Firstly, you guys are absolute G's for staying in this for this long. 4.5 hour stream is not easy to chill with me, and you guys did absolutely awesome. But a few things I want to dive over. One, this that we talked about today. So mainly, firstly, like we got this implemented fairly smoothly, right? That was the first thing. Secondly, it was the debugging that we kind of went down. Now, one of the things that, again, I think that I played the anthem too soon, but basically one of the things that I really wanted to dive in on is that was so cool that it worked, right? But you see how we had the conflict of two different systems entirely. And if you didn't know what you were doing, you see how it started to go down this crazy rabbit hole and it can start screwing up everything. So a couple of key learning moments here. One, commit often. So basically, for example, like we just did, like I pushed the code from where we were before, but this right now needs to be committed. So I'll push this through, right? The Ask AI agent side of things, we got the widgets down. The only thing that needs to be fixed here is mainly like a few things like I don't like. This in itself should shift the entire screen over. If you click over here, it should basically close that. Maybe a few things like that. Also the usage right now. So like obviously if we're on a pro plan, it shows. We can obviously upgrade our plan. So in this case, I can go to the billing, I can switch plans, and then I can go towards a business plan, for example. But even here, we're not showing the difference, so like the amount of credits you get. And even then, we haven't got the credits being listed here. So like it would be cool to show the credit usage as you have it, because we did build that entirely. Another thing was, even when you do kind of, okay, so I mean, let's just dive into the obvious thing as well that we completely skipped over, was the actual workflows, right? So today we saw a big dive into Opus 4.8, especially with Ultracode and workflows, which I'm pretty sure this is the longest video out at the moment on YouTube about using Opus 4.8 and workflows, because we just did it live. So that's something that I'd really recommend giving it a try for yourself. The things that we learned from that is, firstly, in terms of actually taking a big task, breaking it out, fanning out the research, and then basically collaborating all those sub-agents that gets fanned out and build basically and all that stuff, bringing that together and actually executing it and getting it all stitched together was really clean. And the most impressive thing by far, the fact it only used 6% of a max plan, wild. Because I've been hammering it today, easily used a couple million context like tokens, and really barely touched things in terms of, like absolutely crazy. So that really was huge. And you can see like it already says, I'll give you a proper recovery mutation for it, already broken doc rather than recreating it. Even the fact they thought of that. Remember I said that we're going to have some dirty state documents. It didn't ignore that. It actually thought of it on its own. I'm going to actually play the anthem afterwards. It thought of it on its own and actually included that in the summary here. Right, and then it went ahead and created a mutation for us, as in to help us out with that internal recovery mutation. So, and already corrupted doc can be reset cleanly rather than delete and recreate. So in this case, now I believe that would have got actually shipped out. So if we go here, look at that. So so it obviously got thrown up, and then I wonder, look, 2.3 should still be there perhaps. So it's not going to trigger yet because it hasn't done it yet, but I'm assuming that there's public component mutation taking a small internal recovery mutation, so any code can be cleanly reset. So it created it, but obviously it hasn't wired it up. Okay, so it would go ahead and wire that up. But again, things like that, I noticed 4.7 was amazing at like coding, but it wouldn't do that. It wouldn't go to that extra length to basically call itself out or remember what it previously could have broke and then kind of come back around full circle. I found that it would skip that often, right? So my advice here, don't use workflows for just like everything and like anything you can think of. Use it for really big, like huge things. Like as in, for example, if we have a huge migration, like our data is over here, we need to completely add in XYZ. We got to get over there. Use a workflow is absolutely incredible for that. Like use it for if you're trying to implement a massive feature and you need to make sure that it's implemented correctly, tested, code reviewed, and you basically want to leave, like say I want to just leave and go and do something else. Do that for this case. And in fact, I'm going to use it very quite a lot at the moment as well for my workflow. So it's definitely worth doing in those sort of scenarios. Look, this just finished up. BlockNote's inline AI renders render edits as track changes, suggestion marks for using numeric IDs degrow to know across the Prosmera sync round trip. So that was a really nice learning moment. And even how we found out about that, by the way, was super interesting. So like we used a workflow to basically fan out and do research on the different parts, and we found out the actual error. So just the debugging approach here, like is that the smoothest way to debug? You could probably do it with one agent, but did it help us get to the error quickly on a live stream? Yeah, it did. Like, and just want to touch on John Galvin's point. He goes, man, I remember when I started looking at your videos 4 or 5 years ago, and you're coding apps in like 4 or 5 hours. Since then, so many things changed in the industry, crazy how the world shook. 100%. And because of that, things like today, if I'm teaching you line by line coding, it's just not as valuable. Like really, me showing you unprepared things is probably the most valuable thing that I could do, because it shows like how we can go and break it down, dive into it, realistic things which probably don't make me always look the best sometimes. So like that's the truth of why people don't show this stuff. But I feel like you should see this stuff because it's where literally the actual reality lives. So yeah, this is typically kind of like a brain fart over, but I think it's definitely important to show you guys this stuff, and I think it's often not shown enough, and it's frustrating. So coming back over here, I just want to dive into it. The features that we talked about today. We use Clerk to handle all the authentication. We didn't even worry about the authentication. You guys saw about with the CLI and also for Convex MCP. When you have those two, your agent can literally go and sort out a bunch of stuff for you, including the JWT token. So it went into Clerk for us, updated it found the issue, the organization details weren't being passed through a JWT token. It was able to go through for the Clerk CLI. Absolutely crazy stuff. So like I said, Clerk is absolutely a G for what they do for this. So go and check out Clerk. Please use the link in the description. The first link absolutely helps us a ton. You have no idea. So go ahead and check that one out. And like I said before, we covered so much stuff. So if you haven't already, please go and join our community. The link is in the description. You can feel free to go ahead and check that out for yourself. But again, Clerk was what we used for Clerk authentication and for the billing. And I want to do one more run through of the features that we did. So even the multiplayer aspect works. So we have presence, we have multiplayer, 2 people, 5 people, 10 people can come into this, edit it. The main thing as well is the organization, so the multi-tenancy side of things. We didn't actually build a landing page for this because I was more focused about the actual internal workings, but the biggest takeaway is how we can go ahead and again, it was more of a fun stream here because we actually took something which got released in less than 12 hours, or now it's nearly 24 hours ago, and we just ran with it on stream and we tried it out. We overcame a couple of issues, so hopefully you found that useful, and it was definitely a more different kind of approach to a live stream, but as always, I feel like you guys found a bunch of value in it. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, it's your boy Sunny. I'll see you in the next video. Love you guys all. Peace. And hopefully Jay will be back next week, so should be good. See you later.